Morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 29th, 2021. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, June 24th, 2021 at 3:25 p.m.
Okay, we will stand brief for a moment of silence. I do want to recognize all the great leaders that we've had across the community that we've lost over the last year or so, and one who just passed away, Terry Stevens, who was still in a very important leadership position in the community and strong advocate of economic development and good government. And so be thinking about him as well. So let's stand brief for a moment of silence, and then we'll have the pledge to the flags.
Yes, please join me in the pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States.
It appears we do not have anyone signed up for public comment. And so, Commissioner Perry, did you have a comment to make?
I do. Sue, if you would stand, please. This morning, I'd like to recognize Sue Tweedle and Lieutenant, correct? Been with the Sheriff's Office 30 years, and tomorrow is the last day of the month, correct? Yes. And it's her last day. She's retired. And I wanted to recognize her this morning because she's been in the jail the entire time.
I started my records over 35 years and I'm done with jail.
Okay. But she's what makes our jail work. We've got a great captain, we've got Ricky does a great job, but it's the people like Sue that come in and work day in and day out for 30 years that make it what it is. And we wanted to recognize her in court this morning. Wish you the best. Congratulations, and it's been my honor to know you during my career. So thank you very much. I just wanted to point that out this morning.
Thank you for your service. Okay. All right, Dustin, if you will start on the consent agenda items.
Yes, sir. Judge, let me jump back up to consent. All right, under the consent agenda, item D, Judge, I don't believe we have any marked pools.
Okay. All right.
So I think you, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, there are numerous reports that have been provided by the department heads. They're in the consent agenda this time, just for, the reports are very good. I want to compliment all those that turned in reports, that they're very thorough and answer a lot of questions that we have to deal with every day. But if there are questions for any of these, feel free to ask them now, or you can call the department head later on for those. So there, any comments or questions about the reports from the Commissioner's Court?
I was gonna ask TJ since he's here.
Yeah, sure.
So you say we're 90% finished with the abatement?
PJ, if you would come up, because we have to record everything.
It's been a while since we've been in here.
Yeah, that's all right.
Go ahead. So what are we gonna have how much longer, and what are we gonna have when we're finished over there?
Which project? The jail demolition? So basically what we'll have is just the skin of the building. So it'll be the exterior walls and the main structure itself, and that's it. Bare concrete.
Okay. So the floors though haven't changed.
No, the flooring layout has not changed.
Okay. And so it'll be ready for any type of finish out or anything like that?
Right, depending on the long-term planning and what we decide to put in there. Basically, it's just designing the new wall layout and figuring out exactly what we want to put in the facility. So we'll have a blank slate to kind of work with.
What's the time frame on that finish if they're 90%?
With the demolition, we should be done in the main jail within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
And then we'll start the 5th floor of the annex building. And that'll be nights and weekends.
Is everything
one
gone
takes-
as planned or?
There's been some bumps in the road. I mean, we've had a couple of floods, issues with roof drains, stuff like that. So, of course, we have to remember we have hot checks and ankle monitoring down on the first floor of the building. So that's caused some issues with different flooding and various things like that. But we're keeping up with it as it comes along and doing our best to have it ready for them to move back in next week.
Great.
But the old jail, the reclamation of the old jail, you're saying about 2 weeks,
Yeah,
That'd be
for the most
complete.
part, so they've finished up 5 of the floors completely. They've got some small things that they're going back and through and just touching up and finalizing. The big concentration right now is on the first floor. And they're probably 90% of the first floor out already. So it's moving a little bit faster because they can get some larger equipment in the first floor.
Right.
So, yeah.
okay.
And as soon as you're ready, in the next 2 weeks, we could even walk over and take a look at it. If a few of you are interested in going, we could set that up.
I think that's a good idea. Like to see it, once it's all cleaned up and kind of get a vision about the space and how courts or other improvements in there would fit in.
Sure.
So, any other questions for TJ? Thank you, TJ. What about the other departments that have turned in reports? Is there any specific?
No specific question, Judge, but general comment, I agree with you, looking at these reports, there's a lot going on in this county.
Yeah, there is.
A lot going on.
Right. And you can see growth in the county too when it comes to number of, whether it be in mental health, probate court, or other areas where business is picking up. And so it's, some of it may be kind of pent up demand and others are just from more population growth happened in the community. Does any of the department heads want to bring up anything specific about their report that maybe the commissioners might not know reading it, or do so at this time? Okay. So that is under the consent agenda, that is under D1. Is there a motion to approve these reports for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. And Dustin, there's no other pulls on the consent agenda, correct? So
That is correct. So Judge, if we can, I know we have a couple of outside guests. We have one, David Quinn's presenting virtually, then Johnson Controls is in the courtroom. Who would y'all rather go to next? Do you have a preference?
well, Johnson Controls is sitting there ready to go.
Okay.
So if you'd like to come forward and,
This is
mainly-
item
Yeah, go.
Item H3, authorization of project development agreement with Johnson Controls Incorporated regarding energy savings performance contract project.
Okay, good morning and thanks for coming. There's been reports provided and there was a presentation, but is there any specific questions any of the commissioners might have specific to the report this morning that Jim could answer? Or Jim, if you'd like to make any comment.
I just appreciate the opportunity to be here. I had reached out to each of you and you're through your office the last week or so to see if you needed individual, opportunity to review this with me, and had positive feedback. So I think right now it's up to you for questions. I'd be happy to answer it. My project development engineer, Jim Notman, is here with me. He can get into any of the technical, and then TJ is back there that can support the stuff that we looked at and what we talked about. But we're here to answer your questions today and hopefully be ready to move forward.
I think the report did show a lot, that there's a lot of need there, in different areas. And of course, with, the age of some of our equipment and advancement in technology are always things to look at. And whether, the cost of replacing that is, makes a good return on investment. Those are things that he pointed out in there as well.
Basically, the gist of this project is the same thing that we did back in 2002 here for the county, when we installed the new chillers in the central plant, did a lot of upgrades, did lighting, controls, a lot of different things here for the county. That equipment is now 20 years old, along with a lot of the equipment out at the jail. There's 70 some odd rooftop units out there that about half of them have reached or past their useful life. There's a tremendous amount of water usage at the jails. Excuse me, that we've identified a great opportunity to reduce that considerably. So the initial basis of the report that you see shows about a 25% reduction in your utility spend and a basic number of about $400,000 a year in savings, which generates funding to fund about $6 million worth of improvements. So where we are right now is this has all been done based on a preliminary audit that we did of the county facilities, primarily the main buildings here on this block, plus the records building and the jails. The next step is to move, and we've done that, at our graciousness. The next step is to move forward with a project development agreement, which basically tells us to go out and put the final cost numbers, the guaranteed savings numbers that we're willing to come back with. Because by statute, we have to guarantee you the results financially, meaning that $400,000 we're talking about saving you a year. If we save you $450 in a given year, you got an extra $50,000 in the budget. If we save you $350, we owe you $50. We write you a check by law. It's the way it works. It's the way it worked back in 2002 when we started. So this next step, what we're asking you to approve today, is the project development agreement to go out and do what's called an investment grade audit, where we go and get the hard numbers, the cost to actually do the things that we've identified in the preliminary audit, and get with TJ and his team, find out exactly what the needs are. We're going to put together a list of options and not just come back and say, here's your project, approve it or not. It's your project. We're going to give you the options, show you the cost, show you the savings, let you guys put together the project yourself and say, this is what we want to do. And then we put it all together financially for you. Good benefit about this year is a lot of the stimulus money that you just got can be put towards some of these items. That's one thing. Financing of these projects is done through a tax-exempt municipal lease typically. Judge and I have talked about that. Interest rates right now are just low as can be. Money's almost free. So it's an opportunity to get a lot of your deferred maintenance taken care of at today's cost of money versus doing it over the next 10, 15 years. So, like I said, today's the day to approve that next step. That next step is where you start the risk of spending $1. Today, you haven't spent a penny with us yet. That investment grade audit, our compensation for that is $150,000. You don't pay us that money though, okay? There's three ways it works. If we put together the project that meets the status of the statute, the requirements of the statute, and meets your requirements, and you move forward with a contract for us to implement it like we did in 2002, then that cost gets rolled into the project. A lot of our preliminary engineering and design is already done. If we cannot meet the requirements of the statute, we can't put together the project we thought we could, you don't owe us a dime. But if we do put it together, it meets the requirements, it meets everybody's, makes everybody happy, but for some reason the court just says, Jim, it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but we're not going to approve it, then I'm going to send you a bill for that $150. It doesn't happen very often. I've had it once in 33 years. So that's where today's situation sits. We're ready to get started and get to work on that investment grade audit, get our team out here.
I do admit this nice report, and I appreciated visiting with you guys as well. And I'm a little tardy in what I wanted to do. I still wanted to visit with TJ a little bit before I personally made a decision on this. So if it's all right with y'all, could we defer today and give me that time to,
Is that a I mean?
I'd make a motion to
And I-
defer.
Can I interject a couple of comments first and then, or
Well,
is
I've got a
that
motion right now,
Okay.
so
Yeah, I need to get a second, and then we can talk.
discussion.
second
All right, we have a second. Yes, sir.
discussion? Jim,
Yes, sir.
one of the things that I always like to find out from the departments, can they meet the requirements of furnishing the information? We're right in the middle of the budget process, or getting ready to really ramp up. And I worry about that 5-day requirement to furnish the information you need, because I know that requires digging on different people's parts and supplying you with information. Is that a hard number?
No, typically it's not. I mean, the stuff we're talking about here right now is utility data, okay? The budget information, the stuff that you're spending.
Yeah.
The utility data we get through, we provide you with letters of authorization that you sign off on, that basically gives you us the account numbers for electric, gas, and water, and you sign off on that. We send it to the utility, they provide us the information.
Okay.
Okay,
So it's nothing our departments have to dig through and every building we have supply the electrical or the electricity usage information and.
We can get that from the utility providers.
Okay, okay. I just didn't want to overburden them right now.
No.
That's a good question,
And
Did you?
we understand that.
Process. Yes, sir.
We understand that.
And
With
then-
that being a budget process right now, it's a good time, because now we're gonna be able to provide you numbers to help,
Right,
look
Right.
at what's
Sure.
going for the future.
sure. And then secondly, before the final contract is written or whenever, will this be perused by our legal, by our
Yes, sir.
attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
The other thing about that before, are you talking about that document right there?
Well, no, I'm talking about, you talked about that final
Okay.
contract.
Just FYI, that one has already been reviewed.
Right.
Dustin and I communicated back and forth, and I got him the
Yeah.
changes he wanted and got those approved.
Yeah.
But just so you do know, part of the statutory requirement is before you can approve and sign a final contract to implement the project, a third-party independent engineer has to review all of our findings and all of our documentation, all of our engineering methodology, okay, and sign off on it.
Say it again, a third-party
Third-party
independent.
independent engineer. There's a handful of engineers that have the requirements, the qualifications to review these kind of projects. That's part of the statutory requirement
Okay.
is, so that, you're approving something that's already been reviewed by somebody else,
Right.
okay? Telling you basically our methodology and our numbers are good.
Sure. Yeah, okay, thank you.
We've already talked about that, and we'll provide you a list of who those people are that do those. But they're independent, we can't pay them.
Right, and they can't be our internal engineering, our own engineer. You said independent, so.
You can't, well, they say independent from us, meaning independent from us, right? But the statute requires that they have a minimum of 5 years of experience in reviewing these types of
Right.
energy service projects,
That would be pretty specialized.
right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Did we reach out to you, or did you reach out to us?
We came to you. We've been doing work for the county for, I don't even know how long, 30 years,
Yeah.
probably.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And you visited with each commissioner individually?
I didn't get a chance to meet with each individually. I reached out to each office. I think several of you.
Supplied me the,
Right.
supplied the information requested. And-
Right.
Correct. I believe Ms. Miller was on vacation. I think she was out of town. I did not get to speak to anybody at her office.
Okay,
Was the only one.
all right.
But feel free, as you're going through this, I'll be happy to drop my business card. Feel free to call me, email me with any questions you've got. And we're ready to come back in a moment's notice.
Yeah, we've got,
I just live right down the road.
okay, good. And I've got all Jim's contact information and everything. Okay, anything else? Any other questions, comments? We have a motion and a second. to defer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. Thank y'all very much.
All right, moving on to item H1, Public Power Pool update regarding electric invoices during the winter storm. I'd like to call on David Quinn.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is David Quinn. I'm the Program Manager for Public Power Pool. I appreciate the opportunity to give you a quick update this morning. I know you, Judge Felton, Commissioner Perry, Commissioner Miller, and Commissioner Jones, you all have plenty of knowledge about P3 from previous presentations. Commissioner Smith, we haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, but I'm happy to visit with you personally to update you about the program at any time or to answer any questions. You should have a presentation in front of you, a 6-point PowerPoint slide deck. Just by way of background, P3, we are the largest aggregation in Texas. We were set up in 2009 by Texas counties working together to combine their purchasing power and their leverage in the marketplace to procure lower rates by purchasing in bulk. And from a position of strength, also to be able to negotiate better contract terms. Our combined annual load is just over 1 million megawatt hours. Our combined annual spend for the group is about $75 million a year. We manage 5,500 accounts, and I'll talk a little bit about the savings on a future slide. But just a little bit of additional background, we are a 501c4 nonprofit political subdivision corporation. We are not traditional brokers. We're able to really drive down the delivery costs and the management costs because we are sharing the load of about 100 members. And we are governed by a board of Texas judges and commissioners that meets on a regular basis to review our work. On page 2 of that slideshow, you can see our current membership list. We are at 100 members. We just added our 100th member as Brewster County out in West Texas joined last month as our latest addition to the group. So we are an ongoing growing group of counties, cities, municipal utility districts, appraisal districts, MHMR. In fact, we have Heart of Texas Region MHMR that covers McLennan County is one of our latest members. They joined about 18 months ago. We have a lot of representation in the central Texas area, and that essentially gives you more purchasing power when we are in procurement mode and we're going out to the marketplace with a committed load of 100 political subdivisions to ensure that we're able to get close to wholesale pricing. If we can slide down to the next slide, on record to date, is we have saved over $145 million against market since the program began in 2002. We are measuring those savings by the contracted rate that we have contracted in each of our 8 procurements against market rates available on each day since 2002. Now, of that $145 million saved, over $1 million is yours. McLennan County has saved 1,028,000 from being part of this collaborative effort to purchase together. Just a note about how we do that. We designed a way of procuring that we think set the bar for winning the best contract from members. And since we have been going through these procurement processes, we have continually raised the bar and asked for more and more from our contracted counterparties so that we're able to protect members and get you the best contract provisions that are available in the marketplace. We start the process by advising every registered retail electric provider doing business in the state of Texas that we will be beginning a procurement process. We want this opportunity to be open to all. We want to make sure that every retail electric provider in the state has an opportunity to bid on this contract. So if we go to the PUC and we request the full, complete, most recent list of registered retail electric providers and reach out to them all individually to notify them that we are going to be starting a procurement. Once we have done that, we send out procurement proposals to each member. Each member has a 60-day window of opportunity to decide if they want to stay with the group or if they would prefer to do something different, they just have to notify us by an order of the governing body within that 60-day window. The last time we did a procurement in 2017, the winning bid for the county's load was a fixed weighted average of 3.18 cents per kilowatt hour for 2020 through 2022. That's averaged out across all of your accounts for the entire 3-year period. At 3.18 cents, that was the lowest in our history. And I think it represented about a 17% reduction from the rate that you were paying under the previous contract. So as we've watched the market prices decline, we wanted to continue this record of success by initiating a new procurement process at the end of last year. And unfortunately, because of the February weather event, we had to put that procurement on hold when we were in the very final stages, simply because there was a lot of market instability. Companies were declaring bankruptcy, there was some market consolidation, and prices were going haywire. So there was very little security in our proposal to go out and seek a best price at this time. So the P3 board reviewed the February weather events and decided that we should terminate that procurement, put things on hold. We still have over a year and a half to complete a new procurement before the end of the current contract. So we still have time on our side. But as of now, we are still monitoring the market, and we will be reporting back to members and to the board when we see an opportune moment. And we think would be a good time for us to re-enter the market and lock in a price close to what you're currently paying. I mentioned the February weather event. If we could go down to the next slide. I wanted to give you an up-to-date report on the impact of the February weather event, the bad weather from February the 14th through the 19th on y'all's budget. Now, P3 fixes the price of the energy, but there is one component that shows up on your bills that's identified as line losses that we have traditionally floated. And the reason why we float line losses is because we want to avoid any cross-subsidization between members. We have a very strict policy of ensuring that while all members benefit from being in the group together, one member should not benefit at the expense of another. And so back in 2009, the P3 board instructed us to ensure that in order to ensure there was no cross-subsidization between members, that we should float the cost of line losses instead of fixing them. As a result, you can see here we're comparing February 2020 through February 2021, two very similar months, except for the fact the weather event was such a big factor this February. Your energy use actually went down from 723 megawatt hours to 593. That's about 129 fewer megawatt hours that you use this February compared to last February. As a result, your energy expenses went down from 25,116 last February to 20,728 this February. However, because the line losses are not fixed, we saw a big jump up in the cost of line losses from $679 last February, to 38,641. So as a result, we project that you will spend approximately 38,000 more this fiscal year, this calendar year, than we have projected initially in our full budget reports that we provided to you on an annual basis. I'm happy to answer any questions about the line losses at this time.
David, can you explain how that is calculated? What the...
Sure. Line losses is essentially undelivered energy. I always think it's a good comparison to think of the way the water evaporates overnight. As electricity is transported from the generator to the end user, a certain portion of that energy disappears. It kind of evaporates. It's the hum that you hear from the electricity wires. So when we're out purchasing 100% of your energy needs, we actually need to ramp that up to account for that energy that's going to be lost which is somewhere between 5 to 7%. So when we go out to the marketplace, we want to make sure that we are covering the cost of those line losses in addition to the actual cost of the energy itself that is delivered. Does that answer that question?
Well, I was trying to get at the rate that it's actually calculated at, and why the charge was 38,000. I mean, I think I understand is that,
Yes.
so during the, that's a floating rate that went to the max amount. Is that during the?
That's yes. I got your question. The line losses, because they were floated, were tied to the settling rates on the index price of electricity for that 5-day event. And as you know, there's been a lot of controversy regarding whether ERCOT and the PUC should have come back in and removed that $9,000 price cap much earlier during the week of the winter weather, because it didn't make sense for it to be kept in place for the entire week. Because it was left in place, you were charged the maximum cap at the index rate for the line losses, because they are floated to the index price, not because they are fixed.
So the line loss didn't, the actual line loss didn't change, it was the rate that changed that drove the price.
Yes, it's a settling price for electricity on the market, on what you would call the spot market, the index price market, yes.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
And so, you know, it was first, recommended that we withhold those T&D losses and the UFE charges off of any bill that included that week in February. We wrote the general land office. They came back and said, no, you do owe it. It is legitimate. It is a legitimate cost that's been added to your bill. So based on this explanation, do you recommend that we go ahead then and pay those amounts that we have withheld from the month of February?
We are probably getting close to that recommendation.
Okay.
But we want to make sure at this stage that we have 100% of data needed so that we can verify those charges. And there's a note at the bottom of slide number 4, which indicates that as of today, we only have 80% of the data that we need to be able to verify those charges. So we're still waiting for the additional 20%. We have communicated to Cavallo that no member is obligated to pay any of these bills for the week of the winter weather until we receive the entire data set that we need to be able to verify those charges. So they are working feverishly to provide that to us. I had initially been on the agenda to present to Commissioners Court 2 weeks ago, but we postponed because we didn't have full data. We still don't have full data, despite promises from Cavallo they will be getting those numbers to us within a week, and then 2 weeks, and 3 weeks. We are still at 80%. We would expect that we will have a complete data set so that we can verify these numbers, hopefully in July, certainly no later than in July. At that time, if our verification checks out, if we can conclude that the charges are accurate, then we will be convening the technical committee and looking to make a recommendation to members that they should go ahead and pay these charges once we know that they are accurate. And to follow up on that, like I said, I'm still reporting here on 80% of the data for the county. As soon as we have the other 20%, I would request an opportunity to come back and make a quick update presentation to Commissioners Court as soon as we have that 100%.
Okay.
And to be clear, Cavallo GLO is the state of Texas, correct?
Yes, it's the state of Texas General Land Office. It's a retail arm of the General Land Office.
And David, there was some question as to like they'd allow us to pay that in installments. Is that still
That is correct. We have been working with Cavallo, and they have agreed that if we are to make a recommendation to our members that those charges are accurate after all, that we will be able to offer members a payment plan over the remaining 18 months of the current contract, so that members would have 18 months to be able to spread this extra charge out rather than paying it in one lump sum. And they have agreed to that. We have gone backwards and forwards on some of the language that we would need to be able to implement that. Our legal counsel has signed off on it. Their legal counsel has signed off on it. So really, it's going to be up to individual members to decide whether they want to avail themselves of that opportunity or just pay it in one lump sum. Spreading the cost of the payment out over 18 months would not draw down any interest or penalties. So there wouldn't be any impact on members if they decide to take that option. Now, aside from us finding any inconsistencies or any errors in the data that is being reported to us by our provider, Cavallo, and given the fact that the legislature has punted on any retroactive repricing, it would seem that the only potential source of billing relief is going to be judicial action. We have been tracking, I think there's probably over 40 lawsuits that have been filed right now relating to the pricing that was in place for the week of the winter weather. Two of those are very interesting to us and ones that I think would align with P3's interests. Both of them claim procedural irregularities at the PUC, everything from failing to post hearings to lack of public information about the actions of the agency and the recommendations it was making. They also claim agency overreach and a failure of due process. So we are tracking those closely, and we report to members each month on any developments on the judicial and the legislative front. Maybe the legislature will come back in a special session and review this. We are not advised about that at this time. But Commissioner Jones, I know you attend many of our technical committee meetings on the second Tuesday of every month. These are open to everyone on the court. If anybody would like an invitation to that, we get those out to as many people as possible. So it's an opportunity for us to update members and give you all up-to-the-minute information about what is happening.
Okay, any questions anyone have? All right. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Judge. And again, I appreciate your time, commissioners, members of the court, and look forward to coming back and giving you a full report representing 100% of the data that we have received as soon as we receive that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dustin, do we need to take action for recording purposes on that?
Yes, sir. For recording purposes, that'd be good.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept the P3 report for recording purposes?
so moved?
Second.
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass. Thank you.
All right, Judge, we have two other items for department heads, and then we can jump back up to the other agenda if that's okay. I'd like to go to item H5, authorization of state plan of operation agreement with the state of Texas regarding the Texas 1033 surplus property program for the sheriff's office. I'd like to call on Captain Nixon.
Morning, Captain.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. This is the application for participation that we do every year. It just allows us to participate in the 1033 program as we've done in the past.
Okay. Any questions anyone would have? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, Pass.
All right, under item H4, authorization of intergovernmental transfers of funds derived from the County Healthcare Provider Participation Fund mandatory payments. Like to call on Heather.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is the HHSD's request for an IGT for the Delivery System Reform Incentive Payment for Demonstration Year 10, Round 1. We're requesting to IGT up to the balance in the account of $13,392,675.63.
Okay, are there any questions?
I have a question. Heather, do we get a report back when this money comes back? How much comes back to the?
Well, so we don't IGT the whole amount. We
Right.
just request to do that because generally we don't have the amount they're actually requesting until sometimes the day of the IGT.
Right.
So we don't necessarily get a report back. AHCV usually gives us a report that itemizes the amount that we're sending, and we submit that to HHSC with the confirmation trace sheet that the transfer's been made. So
But do we get a report from the providers, how much they get back from the federal government?
not that I've ever seen.
Commissioner, I haven't seen one either, but I think that's something that we could ask AHCV to see if we could be provided.
Yeah, it seems like, that's a good question, Commissioner. It seems like we ought to be able to follow this thing all the way through.
Because these are dollars that, are paid for by our residents.
That's right.
I mean, it's revenue that's brought into the hospital. Ultimately, that's where the source is.
Right.
So,
Okay, Heather, if you could figure out maybe a good report that could come
yeah, in the next.
at the end and after, everything's completed and bring it back in and we can just approve it for recording purposes, so we've got that record.
You bet. That's a great idea.
Okay, good. All right, anything else, Heather?
Nope, that's all I got.
Okay, is there a motion to approve Heather's report for recording purposes? Actually, we're gonna approve the action, right?
Yeah.
Action item.
Motion to approve the transfer of the LPPF balance totaling $13,392,675.63.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
All right, moving back up to item E, budget amendments and requests. E1's regarding the FY21 budget. E1A is McLennan and Hill Counties, Tawakona Creek Water Improvement District, discussion and or action regarding baseline water quality environmental health survey of NRCS Reservoir 19 funding request. Judge, I know Dr. Lear and the city of Waco have met more. The city provided some additional info that Dr. Lear needs to take back to his board. Dr. Lear would be available to present this to the court on, I believe it's July 20th. So we can either defer today and then defer again on next agenda, or we can pull it with no action and place it back on the July 20th agenda. It's whatever preference of the court.
Okay, I would recommend we pull with no action.
Okay, we will do that and we'll have it back on the 20th.
All right, thank you.
E2 is regarding the FY22 budget. E2A, discussion and or action regarding matters relative to the FY22 budget 2021 tax rate. And Judge, I believe we'll hold this until later in the agenda.
Yes.
Under F, human resources salary matters, F1's consideration and or action on departmental incentive pay request. And same for this, we can hold it until a little bit later.
Okay.
Dropping down to F2, County Court at Law number 3, same, we'll hold this one as well. Under item G, grant proposals, G1's regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And Judge, we recommend this be deferred again, and then we can have further discussion on July 6th.
Okay, is there a motion to defer?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
G2 regarding the Texas Judicial Commission on Mental Health Technology Grant, authorization of grant application. The Judicial Commission on Mental Health is offering $5,000 grants for technology. Mental Health Court Services is seeking grant funds for purchasing additional laptops with webcams and/or tablets. We just need a motion to approve that grant application.
Okay, if there's no questions, is there a motion to
So moved.
approve the grants? Is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Feltham,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass.
H2 is regarding the McLennan County Appraisal District 2020-2021 Board of Directors, discussion and/or action on candidate nominations and related resolution for board vacancy. This is what we discussed last session where Tom Pagel had submitted his resignation. The county can appoint a nominee or can submit a resolution naming a nominee by Friday, July 16th, 2021. So we could, if court's not ready today, we can have this back on for July 6th.
And actually, I think our discussion was, we were hoping that, since this person represented Midway Independent School District, that the school board would make a recommendation. That's the way you
And
understand it?
I do believe that they've got, at their next meeting, they're gonna make a recommendation.
Okay, okay. So is there a motion to defer?
Motion to defer.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
All right, moving down to item H6, authorization of interlocal cooperation agreements with the City of Leroy. H6A is regarding shredding and road work on Jane Lane. H6B is regarding dust control on various roads. Commissioner Jones?
I need a motion to defer. We didn't get the paperwork back on this yet.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, second to defer. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
H7 is authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with the City of Ross for shredding and road work. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve the road work in the city of Ross.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
H8 is authorization of temporary service agreement with WC of Texas for roll-off container for Road and Bridge Precinct 3. Commissioner Jones?
We're changing our roll-off container vendor to WC of Texas. I would make a motion that we approve this.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
H9 is discussion and/or action on various county policies and procedures. And Judge, I believe this is something we can hold for discussion along with our budget items.
All right, is there a motion to, well, we'll just hold that. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And so, Judge, that takes care of those action items except for the budget items and incentive pay. And I know the court's also going to have that county court at law discussion and executive session. So it's really wherever y'all want to go next.
Okay, I want to recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll start back from there. Let's call court back into session. All right, Dustin, you available? Changing a diaper?
Sorry, Judge, I heard diapers. I know you're probably talking about me.
Okay. Next agenda item.
All right, where did y'all want to, do you want to go to, is Commissioner Miller,
Yes, she's present, uh-huh.
do y'all want to go to incentive pay now?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So Judge, that's under item F1, consideration and or action on departmental incentive pay requests. Like to call on Anna.
Morning,
Thank you.
Anna.
Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I have submitted 2 incentive workbooks for the court's review and decision this morning, and it's the large office incentive pay workbook that we reviewed in last session. There's been no changes made to that book, so that is as you last saw it. The second book is the small office incentive pay workbook. It includes the small offices that submitted requests for additional funding. And that has changed, so I submitted a new version of that based off of the court's comments in the last session. And so what I have done differently in that book is applied, in order to ensure parity among payouts among employees of any office size, I've applied that average percentage payout received amongst all employees and applied it to the employees of those offices that submitted additional funds. So that workbook you see, the small incentive workbook there, that has new figures based on that method. And in the memo, I added the explanation for how I got to those figures. And then also so that you could see the percentages, in the table. In the edited memo I've provided, so the percentage of payout received per score bracket, and then also in the incentive book itself, under HR notes, you can see the percentage there as well, so you can see what percentage was applied per position. And I can take any questions on that method and the change if the court has any.
Questions?
I think on the last discussion we had in here was related to, I think it was Commissioner Perry's comment about large departments, some discrepancy in payout between small departments and their request at a particular score level being greater than what large departments were capable of doing because of numbers. Now, is this addressed in here as far as a 7 or an 8 from a small department and where it ranks or how it scores money-wise to a 7 or 8 in a large department? The average payout of large departments at a 7 and the average payout of a small department at a 7 or any other score?
Yes, sir. I believe it does address that concern that was mentioned in the last session. So the average that I calculated for the payout based on score was for the other offices that weren't included in the small office request book. So we compiled the average amongst the other payouts and got an average percentage that an employee received based on their score. So based on a score of 7 to 8, the average employee received about 2.6% of their salary in the form of incentive payout. That's what was distributed or listed on the pay list. And then for the score 9 to 10, the average percentage an employee got issued was 3.14%. So those same percentages were applied to the small office request, which did decrease the original request that was submitted by the small offices. So it looks like initially those submitted requests were a little higher than what on average the rest of the workforce was receiving. And so that decreased it. The total across all small office budget requests, it decreased it by about $6,000.
So in your opinion, this created parity between small and large office?
Yes, sir, it did, because there was a difference, and now the same percentage, the average percentage payout is going to be the same across all board if we implement this method for payout if the court approves this. Did that answer your question, sir? Hopefully.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions?
No, Anna, thanks for doing this. I know it probably took quite a bit of work and time, but thank you for putting that together because it does give us a better balance, I think, between the large and the small departments.
I agree, and you're very welcome. I thought it was a very good idea, and perhaps maybe that can be
And Anna,
implemented
oh,
in the future.
sorry for interrupting. Anna, just looking at, people have different methodologies, it appears, in doing evaluations. And I think for next year, if we agree to continue this, that we need to have some training for all of us that are doing this. Like, what does it take to be a 10? What's it take? What's the criteria to drop in that 5 slot? What's the criteria in the 4, 3? And then what happens? Is there any, like, at a certain level, there should be, if someone scores at a, low level, then how do we go in and offer some training and counsel around those folks to perform better? And so if we've got each, and I know, there's a lot of talk about it outside the court, which it should be because it affects a lot of people, but when someone in one office is doing a really good job and they score 8.5, and someone they're familiar with, does a good job in another office, but somebody put them a 10, then that creates a lot of questions around, is it a fair assessment outside the office? In other words, globally across the county. Do you think we can get there with more definition around what each one of these grades means?
Yes, sir. I believe that it is possible. We had provided performance evaluation training in the past, and this year it got away from us. And we had our focus on some of this required training that is in progress, but hopefully next year we can develop training with more, since now we have a good bank of evaluations to take examples from. I think maybe we can implement some real world examples to reference for supervisors to reference as these actions here are more in line with maybe an 8 or a 10 or a higher rating. These are examples of actions that employees have performed in the past to give a better idea to supervisors of when they should reserve those scores for.
Okay.
But I think
The other thing is that, just the number of grades. It just seems to me, I've never been in a business environment where we use that many numbers. Generally it's 5, where, 2.5 is the, somebody shows up for work every day, and then if it's a 1 or 2, then there needs to be some kind of remediation or training around that. And then, so look at that as well and see if you can bring something back for the court to consider. And of course, one of the big discussions is whether we want to, continue this. We got a budget for it and those things coming up. And, for me, it's pretty disheartening to spend as much money as we do spend and hear the complaints. But there are people that say thank you, and even, department heads and elected officials that think it works well, and they want it as a tool and it works in their department. That's probably coming from somebody that knows how to manage it. And so, I don't think we want to put a lot of taxpayer dollars out there and it's not proven to be a successful program. And that's the bottom line,
Comment, Judge?
Yeah.
And I think we're dealing with one of the most subjective matters that you can. Beauty in the eyes of the beholder. Personally, I've been subjected to some grueling training in my past that dealt with evaluating and having to conform to what the company answers were on evaluating people, and it's, if we have to get into that process, I'm certainly not sure it's worth it, but I know that was the intent of that original intent. It dealt with evaluations of professional staff in teaching positions, and situation to be trained as an evaluator that way, and I don't know that our people are willing to go through that to get where we need to go. That being said, I would like to know if there are other counties that are using incentive pay, Anna, and if so, what processes they have and what they do. So I just think it's a very difficult task to get to where we would like to be.
Good.
Yes, sir, I can look at both of those items. Judge Felton, you're
Hey, Anna, one other question. Do you have offhand the average score of all who were evaluated across the board, from number 100 to number 1? I mean, how many people went through the evaluation process, were actually evaluated, what the average score was for everyone?
Yes, sir, it was 7.69.
Wow, okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other comments? Any other questions regarding Anna's proposal? So,
Are we
So-
voting on this today, Judge, or what?
it's up to the court. It's up to the court. Dustin, you want to frame the, kind of the question at hand?
And yes, sir, so I think what, I'm sorry.
Or you or Anna one, just to be sure we're clear.
I think we have the budget workbook as presented by HR that includes the sheriff's office, the consolidation request, and the small office revisions as presented this morning by HR. So I think if the court wanted to move forward with the motion approving those items, that would cover everything. Anna, do you think that's right?
Yes, including the general workbook with the normal requests.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve HR's recommendations as far as incentive pay for all offices.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion made and second. Any other discussion? I'd like to call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Judge Felton?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Perry?
Aye.
Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Judge, that leaves us down to the budget items, the policy items, and then the county court at law number 3 item.
Okay, let's go in that order.
Okay.
Now, except for, I guess we're going after lunch with the.
With budget,
Yeah.
do y'all want to discuss, go into executive session now to discuss county court at law?
I think that, is that okay with everybody? All right. All right. All right, at this time, I'd like to go into executive session under 551.074 of the government code regarding personnel matters, including, but not limited to, appointment of county court and law judge. Okay, thank you. Call court back in session. All right, Justin, what's the agenda item for budget?
Judge, it'd be under E2A, discussion or action regarding matters relative to the FY22 budget.
Okay, thank you. All right, Francis?
Okay, so, getting started today, and I know sometimes it's hard to, just to jump in, so we want to start kind of slow. We'll start with special revenue funds today and get those out of the way, get those cleared up. And then jump over to general fund, our maintenance and operations funds, and just look at some high-level things, look at what the totals look like as far as requests go, and then, you know, when we're ready, start digging into the details. So that's the plan for today. Yesterday, I sent out a packet for the special revenue funds. They're also on the budget workshop drive. And then Haley is gonna bring up, share the screen as well, so that will be pulled up. But just to give you just some general information, and I know we go through this every year, but, you know, the special revenue funds are there, they're set by statute. The fees that are collected on civil cases, on criminal cases. The amounts are usually set by the statute, so there's not a whole lot we can do as far as amending that revenue that's coming in, but we must spend them according to what the allowable expenditures are for each fund. We also have a couple funds that are included in this grouping today, and they are actually just committed funds that the general fund commits specific amounts to cover, and that would be economic development and our CPS fund. So again, talking about those today, but they're treated a little bit different. All of the special revenue funds that we're going over today are Commissioners Court controlled. So though you know they may be specific to a department or an elected official, these funds today, you have control of the budget and you have control over the expenditures. So Haley has pulled up just a summary there, and I know it's kind of hard to see all of this on one sheet, but this just lists the funds and just at a glance shows where we plan on ending fund balance wise at the end of this year. So that's what we plan on starting with, of course, for the 2022 fiscal year. So a lot of them have not a lot of changes, but we will walk through each. Please stop me if you have any questions, or if I'm going too slow or too fast, or just give me feedback as you have it as we go along.
Thank you. We will.
So Fund 10, Records Management Fund. So this is our general records management fund that is used to cover our archives department. So expenditure-wise, there were a few changes. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull something up too. Professional services. You'll see that we highlighted in yellow that the increases are the changes from year to year. So there's an increase in professional services, and this is due to an increase in document and index scanning of the DA felony files. There's also an increase there in repair and maintenance, and this is increased because of the annual support for Infolinks and our HOV software and hardware. And then capital outlay, same amount there from last year, but we just wanted to point out that what that is, and it is for shelving that is needed if the files for the district clerk and those are the mobile units for the district clerk are used. So that's the cost there, and that was again budgeted this year but not used, but that is there if needed. Fund 15 is our courthouse security fund. No change here. However, we do budget one full-time employee for courthouse security in this fund. So we just have it highlighted. If you decide on a COLA or any changes to salaries, then we will come here and amend this budget after today. Fund 75 is our economic development fund. This is funded through a transfer from the general fund. It's a committed portion of the fund balance of general fund. Right now, we have the same transfer as last year, the $2.75 million. So when we get into general fund and we look at that transfer amount, we'll come back here and amend this for whatever you decide as far as the transfer goes. But you'll see in this fund, we budget the entire fund balance because there, of course, are a lot of projects that we're waiting for milestones to hit to make some of these payments. So we budget the entire fund balance there to be paid out if needed. Fund 116 is our farm to market fund. So we do not collect the farm to market tax anymore, but we do still collect delinquent taxes. So they are dwindling, but they still do come in. So we do break those out per precinct by road miles. So slowly we'll get down to where we don't have anything in that fund, but that is how that is budgeted there. Fund 120, this is our district clerk records management fund. So it's specific to the district clerk and his records management function. There is a change there that you'll see highlighted in software support and maintenance. What we did there was added a different line that partially was funded in our other services and charges line. So we just created a new line for bookkeeping purposes. It made a little more sense on our end. But that 14,500 covers EDOC maintenance as well as maintenance on the public access portal and the attorney portal through EDOC. Fund 122 is our records management fund for the county clerk. So county clerk and district clerk each have separate funds specific to them. There are some increases there requested by the county clerk for furniture and equipment, other services and charges, repair and maintenance, and then software support and maintenance and conservation, restoration of records. So as they ramp up archiving some of their records, it increases those costs there accordingly. So that was the increases there. And
Are
one,
those relatively large for, compared to other years, a 65 and a $90,000 increase?
yes. So I think we were going to gather some more information from him on some of these increases, and I can get some more on that and come back to you on exactly what.
Not that we can do anything, but.
But yes, those are some larger increases across the board there in that fund.
But is the proposed expenditure equal to the proposed revenue for 2022?
Correct. And so I didn't say this earlier, I should have. In these special revenue funds, so that we're not locked into any certain amount to spend during the year, we budget what we anticipate the entire ending fund balance to be. So we'll put in these requests and then we'll put the remainder in contingencies. So you'll see down there at the bottom, that 109,000, that's just the remainder of the fund balance that we anticipate to have at year end that isn't budgeted specifically. You know, through the year as needs come up for some of these departments, if these funds can be utilized for those costs, you know, we always try to use these funds first. So that just frees up those budget amounts so that we can do budget amendments into the appropriate lines if needed.
Thank you.
And we'll come back to that when we talk about county clerk. Fund 125, excuse me, is the court record preservation fund. This has been historically used by the district clerk's office for preservation of court records. We do budget a portion of one of the positions in the district clerk's office. Again, it's highlighted there just because of any personnel changes that occur. We'll come back and amend that number. There is just one change at the bottom. We didn't highlight, but again, we added in an additional line for software support and maintenance just to make that a little more clear on what that amount is for. So we moved that out of other services and charges and plugged it into that new line. Fund 130. Fund 130 is our Justice Court Building Security Fund. So this can be used in for building security for JP offices that are not in the county courthouse. So that would be JP 2, 3, 4, and 5. Currently, what we have budgeted there is the monthly cost for alarm services for those buildings, if they've requested it there. But again, the rest of it budgeted in contingencies, and we can move throughout the year as needs come about. Fund 140. Fund 140 is our Justice Court Assistance and Technology Fund. This used to just be called the Justice Court Technology Fund, but they've changed the wording a little bit. This fund, historically, we have used to cover the cost of the EDOC support and maintenance for the JP offices, as well as any IT assessments. This year, we have plugged in the amounts that were needed for EDOC. And then there's a request that's highlighted, and it is for a copier through CTWP for JP3. So we found that this would be an appropriate cost to come out of this fund if you would like to budget it there. And that does match up with the quote from CTWP. As you'll see, this fund is, it's dwindling, and so we probably will not be able to budget IT assessments here this year. We'll have to budget JP IT assessments in general fund. But the amount of revenue that is coming into this fund does not meet up with what those EDOC maintenance fees are. So next year, we will have to shift some of those EDOC fees back over to general fund. So it had a large balance for a while, and we've been eating at it when we went to EDOC.
So did the last year's, the pandemic, did that cause those revenues to go down, or what? I mean,
So
did you see a decrease year over year?
So we did
Or has
see,
it just been gradual?
yeah, it's been pretty steady. We did see decreases, and I'm sure, of course, being in the amount of traffic tickets that were being issued for a period of time. So if you'll see there, we budgeted 25,000 in revenues for the year. We're projecting that we'll only collect about 17,600. But we have budgeted 21, and like you said, just looking at the last few years, we tried to take into account that the last 2 years were outliers. And so, but it's hovered between around 25,000 for some time. It was just that for a long time we had a very high balance in there that we were able to continue these costs even though the revenues weren't covering them. But we've kind of met that
So-
end there.
So we probably need to have a visit with JPs and let them know they're spending their fund down rather quickly and.
Well, right now, what's really eating it is the EDOC maintenance fees.
Is that the other services and charges?
Correct.
EDOC?
And it's broken up between each JP precinct. So, before EDOC, and I'm trying to think what year that was, we went to them for JPs, maybe like 2013. Trying to remember what year. But, before then, we were using the county's internal software through Bridge. So there was no cost there. There was no annual maintenance cost for the JPs. So that's where that fund had really built up a balance year after year.
So that's about 48,000 a year
Yes,
for
sir.
EDOC then.
Yes, sir. And so, as we can cover it with whatever revenues are coming in, but that difference will shift over when that time comes. Any other questions on that one? Are y'all good with that? That copier being a piece of capital outlay, it exceeds $5,000. We have that broken out there just per your policy for you to approve those items separately. So if you have any thoughts on that, please let us know as well.
So do any of the other JP offices have $14,000 copy machines?
I don't know. We didn't have any other requests to purchase ones, but I don't know what their current status is off the top of my head on what they have in their office.
And as have they consulted with purchasing on that? And
So they should have. So usually the quotes through CTWP that purchasing helps gather those. And I can.
Would that include a service contract also?
It should, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Other machine.
And Haley's gonna pull up the quote specific for that item.
do they handle that much paper for? I thought we were trying to get away from paper.
Yeah, they do more than just paper copy, but yeah, I don't think we're succeeding in that. We do a lot of scanning and send it as a
Right.
document, We don't print very much. Like we used to.
We'll get a little more detail on that for you, but he had a quote from CTWP that listed that total 13,939. I know there, of course, are a lot of options for copiers, so, this one, some of those extra accessories may be what's putting it over, but I'll touch base with purchasing as well on that one. We'll leave that one pending.
Okay,
I think there's primarily two vendors.
it's a big copier.
But there's primarily two vendors. Do what? I would bet that most of them already have it. But you're right.
All right, so we will keep going. Fund 142 is the County Institute Technology Fund. This is a fund that we do budget some EDOC maintenance here. So a lot of the EDOC maintenance fees are able to be charged to some of these special revenue funds because they do deal with the court systems. So there is $7,000 there budgeted for maintenance there, and then there's just placeholders. So again, something comes up during the year, we can do budget amendments to move to the appropriate line.
Not much contingency there.
There is not. So you'll see there that the revenue coming in is we anticipate to be a little bit lower this year, but it is similar to what that EDOC charges as well, so. Okay, Fund 144 is the District Court Records Technology Fund. This is in conjunction with the fund we talked about earlier that covered a portion of a position in the district clerk's office. So this covers the remainder of it. No other changes. There's actually some, no other changes there. But we would amend that if there was any changes made to personnel amounts. Fund 145 is our truancy court fund. This fund, we have not used it. It's a fairly new fund. Not a lot of revenue goes into it, but we have not used it for anything yet. So we have placeholders in there. It should only be used to offset the cost of the operations of the truancy court. So if there was some cost that we could isolate that was attributable to just the truancy court sections of the JP offices, then that would be appropriate to charge here.
What, that's 145. What's the name, what's the title of that?
Excuse me, the
Truancy
truancy
court.
court fund.
Truancy court, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Fund 150 is the Court Reporter Service Fund. We use it to house cost for additional court reporter cost. So that would be substitutions, court reporter substitutions, as well as transcription services that are paid out to the court reporters. We budget some for each court that has a court reporter, you'll see there. And so we budget this every year. We always eat these amounts first before we move over into the general fund. This fund in the past has also been used for transcription equipment. So when a court reporter is needing needing to replace their stenograph equipment. I can't think of the name of it. We've used this fund for those types of expenses as well.
Are court reporters paid hourly? Is that how they're not salary, they're hourly wage?
So they are a little bit special in that they are able to get both. So they are salaried through the county, And then they also receive a 1099 and they are paid, they invoice us and they, we pay them for transcriptions
Right.
as well.
Transcription of the
Yes.
proceeding.
Yes,
So they're salaried employees of the county.
they are. They are. They're the only that can receive a W-9 and W-2 and a 1099.
Yeah.
The one exception.
They're hard to find.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing it, there's AI and all, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. I'll let you go, I'll let you go on that. I found that.
Where do you go to get court reporter training? Is there a school?
Yeah, there
Evidently,
is.
yeah, they've got certification, so.
Yeah.
You just don't learn that online?
At one time, MCC offered it.
Is that right?
The business colleges used to,
Uh-huh.
yeah, used to teach it. I don't know if they
Shorthand.
shorthand. Wow.
Okay.
Dating ourselves.
I still use it. You can't read it.
Okay, so the next fund is 155, and it is the dispute resolution fund. We use it for mediation services, which we have a contract with the Dispute Resolution Center for the county. I know they will come and ask for an amount, so we just budgeted the entire amount there. But usually what we've done is split the cost between this special revenue fund and what the county puts in the general fund. So there's a split there that must be done per the contract. So again, we'll come back based on what that contract is and amend anything if necessary. Fund 160 is the Family Protection Fund. We actually, right now, are using this one in conjunction with Fund 162, the next two funds, the Child Abuse Prevention Fund, to cover our contract we have with the Advocacy Center. So the amount we pay them is $10,000. So just depending on what these funds look like from year to year, we've split the cost between the two funds. Here we've budgeted just the entire amount so that it's there in case whatever amount you may decide to give them this year, but currently that is $10,000. So that one, like I said, in conjunction with the next fund, which is 162, that is what we are using those funds for. There is a little more sitting in 162, the Child Abuse Prevention Fund, after that contract's paid out. And I know there's been some discussion in the past on finding a place to use those funds, but it is there, and looks like there's about 38,000 roughly that would be there to use for any other additional costs that you may want to budget for. Fund 163.
Francis?
Yes, ma'am.
Before you move on, other than to cover the Advocacy Center contract, what else could you use the 38,000 on?
So for the Child Abuse Prevention Fund, the statute just states to fund child abuse prevention programs in the county. So it's pretty vague, and so, that's something.
So any organization that deals with child abuse advocacy, working with victims and so forth, they theoretically could be eligible for some of this funding?
Yes. So if you had if y'all had an expense that you wanted to incur that met those needs, then we could budget amendment money into the appropriate line, yes, and that would be able to come. Yes, sir. Okay, and then Fund 163, this is our CPS fund. This is one of the ones that is more so kept as a bookkeeping fund. It's actually a part of general fund if you look at our financial statements, but a transfer is made from the general fund, excuse me, to this fund to cover the expenses of the CPS board. So I have again, plugged in the transfer amount the same as last year. But when we discuss that transfer, when we talk about general fund, we'll come back and amend that to what it may be for this year. And then Fund 165, this is the Drug and Alcohol Program Fund. So this budget is put together by Judge Vick and his staff to fund the drug and alcohol program. There is an increase in the line item for professional services, and that is due to an increased cost for the Baylor interns, Baylor psychology services that we have a contract with Baylor for. Fund 166. This is the Veterans Treatment Court Program Fund, a fairly new fund. We have placeholders in here right now. We have not used this yet to fund any cost of the Veterans Treatment Court program. But as we keep ramping up that program and that department, this is something that we can come back to and put a portion of those costs here if needed. But right now, we've just left that as placeholders just to use as needed.
Where does that revenue come from?
The Veterans Treatment Court, it's a fee that is paid for the program. So an amount is set for each individual. They determine, just based on the individual, a fee. I think it can't exceed $500 per the statute. So they set that. The individual pays as they move through the program. The money goes here, and then that in turn, that money can only go back into the program.
Okay.
So it's set up here as the special fund.
Do we know the number of veterans in that?
In the program?
Yeah, COVID, I know had.
I think it'd be appropriate to have a discussion on that, restate our vision for it, and then talk about where we go from here, which would involve Judge Coley and maybe some others in that regard. And same way with mental health court too. And so.
And we did just accept the next year's grant. We were approved for $150,000
Right.
for that next grant year as well for that program.
And Judge, Amy Lowry had actually sent our office a little email update last week. And so we had asked her to do, just as you said, to kind of do an update to the court in the next, during budget. So we will work on getting that done.
Thank you.
Okay. Fund 167 is the Juvenile Delinquency Prevention Fund. And this is the one that the funds may only be used to repair damage that's been caused by graffiti or to provide educational programs, intervention programs for juveniles related to those matters. So we've looked at this, not very much goes into it, ever a very small amount, so much that we don't really even budget it, the revenue coming in. But there's just about $1,200, and I guess if a need ever arose, something that could be utilized.
Was that spent? Did we spend that we spent
We
some of
have
it?
never spent any money out of this
We've
fund.
never spent any money on it?
No.
Wow, okay.
Just never, it's just been such a small amount, and there hasn't been I don't think it's been enough to really cover much of anything for what its purpose should be.
Now we're paying people to put graffiti on.
That's right.
All over town.
It's called art.
Oh. Oh. Some of it looks like it might be.
Yeah.
Some of it.
You're gonna be in trouble.
Hey, I stay in trouble.
Okay, Fund 168 is the Local Truancy Prevention and Diversion Fund. This is a new fund, and so the fees that go in there can only be used to fund the expenses of a juvenile case manager, the position juvenile case manager. So that would be someone that, was the county hired to be kind of interwoven into cases involving juvenile offenders. We do not have that position, and I don't think that's something that, what we've heard from the courts is something that there's any plans for. So I know there's a lot of counties that have questioned this. What do we do with this money? Why are we collecting it if we don't have this position? And the state has said, just sit on it until that need may arise. I kind of wonder at some point if they may amend that statute to say, if you don't have this position, you may use it just to fund, juvenile services or something like that. But until then, we've been instructed, you collect it and it sits there for that one specific use, so.
Okay.
So there's a 145 and a 168 that both deal with truancy.
Correct. 168, yes.
168, 145.
Yes.
Truancy court and truancy
Yes.
prevention.
Yes.
Seem like those would go hand in hand.
You would think they would have maybe merged
Yeah,
in
merged
some
them.
way,
Yeah.
but the names of these funds comes directly. They say you must call it this fund, so that's just. Okay, Fund 170 is our law library fund. So this is a fund that we use regularly. It is highly used. We do pay a supplement to the employee that helps man the law library. So there's a $3,000 supplement there that covers a portion of a position in the county judge's office. And then we use it, of course, for supplies, furniture and equipment, anything needed to outfit the law library. And then all, as much as we can, all legal reference material costs for every court are budgeted here. So we make sure those are charged there each year. And, it depends on the year. So you'll sometimes see a lot of budget amendments for this fund at year end because there were certain updates that a judge needed or whatever the case may be. I know a lot of courts have gone to digital only and don't get hard copies anymore. So we've kind of seen where these costs have kind of, they've decreased over time. And so, but we do use this fund as a regular used fund.
Who uses the law library? The judges?
Attorneys.
Attorneys? So we pay for the attorneys to use.
Public.
Dustin, why don't you give an overview, if you will, please?
Yes, sir. So the law library itself, it's a requirement by statute, and so it's one that's used by individuals, by attorneys, a lot of people handling pro se cases, cases that they're handling themselves use it. And then we have gone back and kind of reinstated the Bar Association, the Law Library Committee, who assisted us in moving the law library. Commissioner Smith, it used to be on the 4th floor of the courthouse, and we relocated it over to the 1st floor of the annex. And during that move, there used to be a committee in place, and it was brought back to life, and they've assisted us with streamlining those materials. And we have the most up-to-date form manuals, the ones that practitioners actually use, and then have different guides and access to Lexis and Westlaw on 3 computer terminals in there for the public or for members of the bar to use as well.
And this requirement from the state statute, state law?
Yes, sir.
Who writes those laws down there? Lawyers. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's right. All right. Thank you.
Always comes.
Yes, sir.
And so, yes, so this fund is used, like Dustin said, to fund that law library as well as legal reference materials for each court, for each judge. And Fund 175 is the District Clerk Errors and Omissions Fund, a fund that we don't want to have to use ever, but it is a very special one that only the District Clerk's office has one like it, but the money just sits there. It's available as a contingency in the case of a liability of caused by errors and omissions by the district clerk or his office.
Is there an errors and omissions policy bought by that at all? I mean, where does that revenue?
So,
where does the expenditures? Oh, you just.
So we
So
have,
it just goes all into the fund balance?
correct.
Okay.
Correct. And I think there may have been a small amount used some years ago, I think in the last 15 years, but since, I mean,
Can you purchase E&O? Can you purchase errors and omission from like TAC or anybody?
Some insurance policy. I would, it just says that you can use it to cover liabilities in the case of an error or omission. We can revisit the statute and see if we could read into that any, but right now it's just there to cover that if there was any damage or claim. But it just keeps building up on itself, so.
Francis, when you
Yes.
find a stopping place.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right, we're gonna go back to the, item, what's the item number on County Court of Law?
F2.
What is it?
F2.
All right, let's go back to F2. Okay, thank you, Francis, and we're gonna go to F2 and propose some action on the selection of county court at law, and then after that, we're going to recess until 1:30. And we'll come back up and we'll pick back up the budget items. First of all, I want to thank all the applicants that applied for this position that the courts allowed, that the Commissioners Court's created through legislation, and has the authority to select a person to fill that spot. There has been a lot of discussion and from around the community about this. I'm going to say that we ended up with 8 applicants, a very impressive slate of applicants that put their name in the hat for this position. In our analysis, the commissioners have talked to judges that are in the court, both county court at law judges as well as district judges, on what kind of credentials or experiences that the judge that we put in that spot have. And it became pretty much a general consensus from everyone that we talked to that this should be more a civil court in the long run. Now, we know in the short run there's going to have to be a lot of work done on the criminal court docket, just because the way COVID has set things back, and we've got a lot of catching up to do. But over the long run, it's a feeling that if we had someone that the public thought had the skill to handle a civil trial, that there would be a lot more civil cases filed in the county court at law side, which they have to be under $250,000 or $250,000 and below to be in this court. And so it would spread these civil trials from district court on the larger trials to county court law to handle those just mentioned. So that was a big consideration. That was a big consideration in our discussion. And I want to compliment the commissioners for a good open discussion, a lot of deliberation on this, so we took it very, very seriously. And so now it's an action item, and I'm honored to make the motion that we offer this to Ryan Luna to start serving as a County Court of Law 3 judge on September 1. And in that, during our budgeting process, we will budget for staff as well as physical location, which is being worked on as we speak. So I propose that motion to the court. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any discussion? Okay. Well, I would call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller? Aye. Judge Felton?
Aye.
Commissioner Jones?
Aye.
Commissioner Perry?
Aye.
Pass. My office will be in contact with all applicants as well as Mr. Luna momentarily. Okay, anything else before we go into recess? We will recess until 1:30 today. call court back into session. So Francis,
Yes, sir.
Pick it up.
So we ended, we were talking about that district clerk errors and omissions. So the next one up is Fund 265, and it's the DA Pretrial Intervention Program Fund. Take your time.
Okay.
And so these are fees collected through the pretrial or the PTIP program in the DA's office. And everything stayed the same, but this fund is used to house some costs for personnel in the DA's office that work in the PTIP program. So nothing there really to note different from the prior year. And then Fund 267 is the court-initiated guardianship fund. And this fund is one that we have not used historically. It can be used to pay the compensation of guardian ad litems, compensation of attorney ad litems, or to fund local guardianship programs that provide guardians for indigent, incapacitated persons who do not have, of course, family members willing to serve as their guardian. So again, something that we could look at in the future if there's costs that we could house here that haven't been before. So that summarizes the special revenue funds. Again, not too many changes from the prior year.
That's it? No.
We're done.
Came back to that.
I do want to go back to Fund 122. It's the Records Management Fund for the county clerk. And they had some increases, and I just needed to gather the explanations there. They are needing to replace some aging printers in their court department, upgrade some Adobe licenses. They are needing to rotate out some old filing cabinets, purchase, they are renewing, their Tyler Eagle RMS in March. So they need additional funds to pay the cost that will be entailed there. And then the conservation and restoration of records, that is just increased restoration activity with CoFile, and that's the company that helps them index and store all of those historical records into Tyler Eagle.
So they're projected to spend still in this year that $255,000.
Correct. Even though they haven't spent it yet, they plan on doing that before the year is out.
Before the end of the fiscal year.
Yes, sir. And they have a plan to where they want to, I know Andy could speak more to this, but they've had a plan for a while. They want to digitize everything by a certain date. So slowly they're doing that through the use of this fund. So any other questions about these funds before we move on?
any questions? Okay, move forward.
Okay. I wanted to hit some high-level things today for our other funds being mostly general fund. Of course, our goal is July 27th is when we want to file the proposed budget and then also propose a tax rate for the next year. So July 27th and then August 24th is when we would adopt both of those, tax rate and budget. So of course, you know, to get there, we need to kind of build onto each piece of the budget. And so we'll be going over the next couple weeks, operating personnel, capital projects and purchases, and then as well as permanent improvement. So we have a calendar that we're trying to stick to for the next 2 weeks to get those things done so that we'll have sufficient time for y'all all to review that before we're proposing the budget at the end of the month. So I guess let's start, Haley has up some tax rate scenarios, and this is the left side of the sheet, and this is passed out in your packet too. You'll just see the right side of that document that we have pulled up. But the green slide up there, that is what we looked at on June 1st when we met, and that was our preliminary taxable value with our preliminary rates. And it showed you, what the increase in the levy would be for the entire tax rate, as well as broken up into M&O and to INS. And so then, since then, of course, you've passed the resolution to go out for the new bond issuance. So again, these are preliminary numbers, and they will continuously change the next month or so. But we've revised these to include that new estimate of the debt service that would be required for that new bond. Just to give you an idea, of what we've got to work with. So when you look at this, the middle yellow column, the current rate, that 0.468719, that is strictly the rate that you adopted for this current year. So that's just in there just to kind of show you that if you walk it all the way down, that the total increase in the levy is 6.8 million compared to last year if you stuck with that rate. And then on both sides of that column, you have the preliminary no new revenue rate, which is that 0.446685. And then on the right side, the voter approval rate of 0.503886. So, just to give you some ideas of what the differences in those rates due to the levy.
Now that bond is actually the calculation that that actually doesn't increase our levy. It doesn't increase the tax rate.
Right.
It doesn't increase the INS.
Yes, and so if you compare it to what it is this year, it's like last year we're at 0.0238, and so with the estimate of the debt service, it'd be 0.0235. So it's just right there, very similar.
So the current rate is 0.238?
For debt service, yes.
Okay, which is
Yes.
that middle column.
Well, if that first column that says 2020 tax rate,
Right.
that has the purple shading.
Purple.
That's what we are collecting this current year to pay the debt service for fiscal year 21.
Okay.
I'm sorry if that was confusing. But if, we go forward with the estimates that were given to us for this new bond, that rate would be 0.0235. And, like I said, as the taxable value changes, then of course that will change. So we'll just keep updating as new information comes in.
And then we have debt falling off, but it will be the dedicated portion of debt service from what fell off will be reassigned to the new, it's not the proper accounting term, but will be, allocated or utilized for that new debt that's coming on.
Correct.
Which makes it level.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that just kind of in a snapshot, again, just wanted to give you some
But-
better numbers to look at with that new debt
But
issuance.
the no new revenue rate generates almost $2.5 million more dollars?
Correct. And so when the no new revenue rate is calculated, it's the rate that would generate the same amount of dollars on the same property in the prior year. So any new property that's added on
Is not count.
That's what's
That's where the
generating.
2 million okay, that's what I
Correct.
thought.
So there's been
Plus a lot of exemptions. There's a lot, so it's not truly, a rate word. So the calculation adds into takes out a bunch of expenses that, the state calls us to pay for, like indigent defense and things like that. So it's not a calculation there's a lot of, it's not, it's not just the certified tax, certified value. It's, there's all these different things that we can take out of there to get to this
Get to that
number.
point.
Yeah, like he mentioned, like an increase in indigent defense, increase in indigent healthcare,
Care,
the
yeah.
cost of, state-ready or
Unfunded
paper-ready
mandates,
workers.
basically.
Yes.
Unfunded
So they've
mandates.
allowed some of those to be included
Not
in
all
the
of them.
calculation.
But still, the NNR would generate, for a property owner, would pay the same amount of county taxes under that NNR rate, is what you're
Right.
saying, that they did this year.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
and then, is this correct? The 2.4, almost 2.5 million additional funds is for new commercial property or new property that wasn't on the tax roll last year? Is that where that creates, where it
Yes,
generates
so,
that?
you know, simply speaking, yes, like that, you know, if you looked at it that way, but like Commissioner Jones was saying, there's a lot of other little intricacies to the
Okay.
calculation. It's probably about a 10-page calculation to come to those. But yes, you know, just kind of getting the simple points of the calculation, yes, that would be,
So you have a
Majority of it is.
10-page template?
yes.
Wow. Is it computer generated? Do you plug numbers in, or you still have to do it by hand?
Yes, so the state comptroller actually issues the
template?
calculation sheets, yes.
Okay.
There's been a lot of changes to it over the last couple years,
I'm
but-
sure.
but they.
Constant.
issue those.
And Francis, when we move forward and start with this, are you gonna use the no new revenue rate as a baseline for a tax rate, or are you gonna use last year's?
So you'll see when we get to the next sheet, I just plugged in the current rate that we have, but we can easily change that and you can see what that will look like. Is that what you're asking? Just
Yeah, I was hopeful we could use the no new revenue rate as the baseline
That's what
We-
I'd like, yeah.
and work from there.
And so if that's
like
what
to
y'all
see
like
that.
to see as we go through, y'all, that is just fine. We'll-
We had a question on the current rate. The amount of taxes that a person is paying currently, does that change next year? Or that stays the same, right? If you get the current rate?
So if you just picked 0.468719, if your appraised value stayed the same, you should be,
But if it went up like everybody else's, you'll pay more taxes.
but I'm guessing that everyone's was, you know, changed in some way. So then your actual dollars out would change along with your appraised
Appraisal,
value.
with the
Yes,
appraisal.
ma'am.
Okay.
But
And so that's where that no new revenue rate is, those values go up, the no new revenue rate goes down.
compensates for that.
Yes, sir.
Then can we see them side by side? Because I'd like to see what it would look like with the current rate. I'm a little
So-
scared to just go straight to the no.
And
new
so
revenue.
that's where, if you look like that center yellow column, that is the current rate
Right.
using the taxable values for this next, preliminary values for this next year.
Right.
Thank you. So that's, excuse me, where you see the bottom, that total increase in levy, 6.8 million, because of the increase in value and other things.
Okay.
Then to the left of it, if you go with the no new revenue, that's where, the difference then is 2.5 million.
And that's where the property owner pays the same, basically.
Right.
Yes.
County taxes, we're
Yes.
not, we can't consider other taxes.
And then, you know,
Actually,
remembering
years.
back to last year, you actually adopted the rate that was a little bit lower than the no new revenue rate. So you were able to bank that 3.5% by not going up to the voter approval rate.
Right, right.
And so it allows you to take whatever that percentage is less than the voter approval rate and roll that into the next year. So that voter approval rate includes that banked amount from
From last year.
last year. Yes.
So we could do the current rate, but if we saw that we would rather go to the no new revenue rate, we could always make that switch, right? As using it as a baseline, kind of what
Yes,
Commissioner Perry
yes,
was saying.
Definitely. And through, you know, through discussion, you know, we can play with all kinds of numbers and look at what you want to. When you propose a rate, at the end of July, you can't increase from there. You can always go
Right.
down
Yeah,
from
which can't
there.
go up.
But, so you want to make sure that what we propose at the end of July is,
Okay.
that you weren't anticipating going above that.
You probably gonna get me there, but right now, you got my heart palpitating.
Well, I'll show you, we'll look at some next
So we
numbers
see
and I
how
think
it
it will make you feel a little better too.
So Francis answered this question. So basically, the current rate, less the no new revenue rate is about a 5% decrease.
Current rate minus the no new revenue.
Say that again?
$4 million.
The no new revenue rate
The no
It's
new,
about 5% less than last year's
than the
tax rate.
current rate.
Yes.
Okay,
that
the
right?
tax
Yes.
rate.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That sounds about
Okay.
right.
so if your,
4 divided by 0.44.
if your, property values went up, so we're at, so our property value went from 18.2 to 19.6. That's about an 8% increase,
Correct.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
So net, that's about a 3% increase.
That. Yes.
Made up of mostly new properties brought onto the,
Yes.
So have we gotten that calculation of new?
residential is.
It's
You
six.
haven't seen commercial yet, have you?
I haven't.
Yeah, commercial's the only one left out there.
Yes, and it's not something, yeah, I haven't seen it yet, so.
But I mean, I'm just saying though, if mine, I mean, I know what mine goes up every year. It goes up the max amount every year.
You have a big house.
Well,
But I see what you're saying is that if you were just looking at it, everybody was straight across the board, 8% went up value,
yeah,
but in your tax rate,
yeah. So I think
it's
we've got
about
another,
5%.
3% to go, in my opinion, so.
Well, if residential went up 6%, how did we get total increase of 8%? If we already know residential was 6. Did commercial?
Then you had another.
That's average, isn't it, though? You
And
saying
you
the
know,
average was 8?
If you
Somebody
look, if you go
calculate.
from the
Yeah, it is
18.2 to the 19.7, it's about an 8% increase. And you know, they always incorporate, the appraisal district will incorporate what they anticipate to fall out after,
ARB.
Challenges, yeah.
Okay.
I can't think of the words. And so they'll include some of that in their calculation
They usually shoot one way or the other
conservatively, from what we've seen.
Yeah.
I think every year since I guess like the last 10 years, I think the ending certified value has always been a little more than what.
So that lends me to think that we start at the preliminary no new revenue rate when we start our calculations, because we, you know, if we truly want to keep things the same and try to keep people's budget the same, then we need to whittle on that.
And I agree, and we quickly can see if
That
it's
6 to
headed in a
8%.
bad direction.
Yes, yes.
We can pick that up pretty quick, and then
And I
that's the
think,
beautiful piece about it, it's all interchangeable. I mean, you guys can make it like that, and it changes
Yeah.
everything in real time, and you can see what it does.
Is it that simple?
simple.
Okay.
Okay, so
All
between,
numbers.
between the preliminary no new revenue rate and the current rate, there's an 8% increase, is that what you're saying?
Between a 0.44 to 0.46?
Is that what?
So are you looking just like it straight across the rate or like the dollar amount
The rate.
generated?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was just trying to follow up again on what you said about the 8%, where we'll say
He
the
was
8%
saying-
increase.
Yeah, like appraised values in total went up 8% based on those numbers. And then
Okay.
the no new revenue rate seems to be like 5% less. So they don't necessarily match up there.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at that for, you know, discussion purposes, if you go to the main summary, in your packet too, I believe it's the second page, and we're gonna pull it up here too. And then again, this is all on the budget drive as well, and we'll keep updating it as new information comes in. So I just wanna start by saying that these numbers are not what we normally see. So the last couple of years have had some, y'all know, had some things happen revenue expenditure wise that no one could ever have expected, and was very hard to anticipate what would occur and how long that would last. So if you look there, that estimated beginning fund balance is 61.6 million. That is what we anticipate we'll be sitting on September 30th, 2021. So that is a very large number. There are a lot of variables that played into that. So our revenues are much higher than expected if you just look at this current year, for two reasons. One being sales tax. Sales tax has grown substantially this year. The other is that we did have some increased revenue for outside care of prisoners. So as you'll remember, the Jack Harwell Center took on more federal prisoners. So there are some big jumps there that we were not anticipating at the beginning of the year. We also plan on coming under budget by about $9 million for this year. That is more than we normally do. There's also some big jumps there. Indigent defense is just
Is that the
not
big
as high.
Is that the big driver, indigent defense?
One of them, but it's a lot of it's kind of spread across all departments. But it is one that we usually don't come under budget for indigent defense, but the last 2 years we have. But it's something, of course, that we anticipate the next year we're gonna need to increase the budget. So it's strange trends the last 2 years to try to follow and match up.
It may be here 2 years from now.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
we're only doing one trial a week. But there's still though, like, how do they get paid? Do they bill us, or do they, or is it at the, when the case is over, are they paid? How does that work?
they bill throughout. So anytime they have a meeting or whatever all the activity is, they're billing constantly through a case.
Y'all audit those
Yes.
bills?
Yes. So we have a form we put together that has the specific information that we need. The attorney fills that out, the judge certifies it, and then it comes to us to pay. We have to turn around and spit all that information out in crazy ways to TIDC at the end of the year. So that form's really important to gather all the information. They're keeping a lot of statistical information on those indigent cases.
Who sets that rate?
What the hourly rates. So I believe that there is a rate schedule set by the county, and I don't remember the last time that was adjusted. I'm trying to remember back.
I don't recall, I don't recall doing it since I've been here.
I have not since I've been here.
Let me think of something different.
Or is it set by the district judges?
I know the district judges said
Yeah, I think they said it.
Okay, I'm trying to remember.
yeah.
That's something on that
But
one.
wouldn't we have to ultimately though,
Approve it?
approve that?
So I believe there is something. I need to research this, and I'll get back to y'all to give y'all an
Okay.
appropriate answer.
Thank you.
But I believe.
I think it's part of our indigent defense plan, isn't it,
Yes,
Francis?
yes, that's correct.
So I believe it ultimately, it comes through court, but it's part of that indigent defense plan that gets submitted to the Indigent Defense Commission.
Oh, okay. Dustin's a good phone a friend.
Okay.
And they did, Dustin, was there some change that was made for county court at law and district judges, like the last year and a half, 2 years, I believe?
I
We
believe
had
so.
to resubmit the indigent defense plan.
That's right. I'll
Okay.
look at the last time
Okay.
that we had to update it.
So yes, but we audit those, just like any other invoices, like you asked. And she verifies the reasonableness of those and those are paid out. So, again, just revenues more than we expected this year, expenses less than what we thought. And then that also went back to, if you look at 2020. So when we adopted the budget, of course, for this current year, that was, of course, summer of 2020. And so there was a lot of, are things gonna get back to normal in a couple months? Is it gonna be a year? And so the year actually ended up better than we thought. Again, some of those things being expenditures remained down, but revenue still kept at their same level. So a lot of those things played into that number the last year and a half. And so that's why we anticipate that fund balance being that number at the end of this year, which you'll see there to the right is 51.5% of the expenditures for this current year.
But the total ending fund balance is probably gonna be 53, 943, 847?
So.
Is that what you're
So
saying?
that's where if you kind of walk this form down, these are the requests and just estimates, of what we have to work through in the budget workshop. So that, under that 61 million, let's say that's October 1st, 2021. And then you look at revenues. So there's tax revenues as well as other revenues. And that tax revenues that's highlighted yellow, that's what, if we just change that number up in the top, it'll, so if you wanted to put in the total tax rate as the no new revenue rate, it'll filter that through. And then estimated other revenues, so you have sales tax, all your fines and fees, outside care of prisoners, all of those things that make up that $40 million number. And then expenditures, that number there, the 131 million, do you see that one? That is actually all-inclusive of all requests that we've compiled for all departments.
It's just like we went to sleep and approved all the requests.
Yes, yes. And if you want to do that, we'll do.
It'd be quick.
So that is all,
That's a request for next budget year.
correct. correct.
131.5,
And so those are the things.
97.018.
Yes, and we'll work through all of those increases and get your opinion on those. But right now, that's the request that we've received. It's also, capital outlay as well, that's in general fund. That includes voting equipment for this year. So that's kind of all in there. Again, we'll work through that. So, like you said, if you were just like, oh, here's where we're voting and we're approving everything that's in there, you would come to an ending fund balance of that $55,956,000.
Okay.
Then, below that, when I said that was all inclusive of everything, not personnel request. So then we have a little over $2 million in new personnel and personnel changes. And any equipment that's linked to all those new personnel positions. So then if you approved all of those, then you come down, like you said, to that $53,943,000.
So, Haley, could you go in and put the no new revenue rate up in that top right? And show us how it filters down to what we'd end up with? And that would tell us about how much money we have to play with. So, all right. So that gets us, so we're still, that gets us to 30, almost 38% of unassigned fund balance available. And so, get you to about $6.3 million. Over. And so you could, just talking out loud, so you've got that 6 million to entertain for a new budget year and still keep the no new revenue.
And haven't cut anything out of the
Haven't cut,
request.
yeah.
And, I know you won't approve everything that's in there, but there's also things to think about, like if you wanted to do a cost of living adjustment, if you wanted to make any changes to our TCDRS plan, if you, I'm trying to think, just, there's different things that we could
Right.
still tack on, and play with those
Right,
scenarios.
and,
I just wanted you to just kind of get an idea though of what
yeah.
we're up against.
And just for discussion purposes going forward, if we ever, if we want to jump in there and plug in COLA or whatever, let's just, let's find a conservative thing. It's not the final decision, it's just to use, so we can look, put in 175 or 2. I think, Anna thinks we're gonna end up slightly at 2 or 2.1 or something, but.
Yes. Yeah, and we can add that in. We have those calculations, ready to plug in when
Okay.
when y'all want to look at them.
Yeah.
But yes, Anna will be joining us the end of next week, and she's going to talk through all of the personnel changes, requests, COLA,
Yeah.
and get her recommendation on all those things. So.
Okay.
So with the NNR rate right here,
Correct,
which is what
yes.
the 0.446685 is,
Yes, sir.
that leaves us with a 33% fund balance And that's our fund balance then of 43.
No,
It actually leaves us with 37.8, which is
7.8.
Okay, so
49.
33%
That's just our target, Jim. That's
is
what
our
we always-
target.
Yeah.
And the 6 million is how much over we are of our
Yeah,
target?
6.3,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
And so, you know, that kind of leads into another conversation, and we kind of started this on June 1st when we met. But, you know, there's been conversations of that 33% fund balance goal policy. And is that, are you still happy with that? Is that something that you want to visit about? I've done research on, you know, other entities and what's recommended and what the GFOA recommends.
We'd like to hear that.
So the GFOA recommends a minimum of 5 to 15%, or what it's kind of weird. It's worded strange, but no less than 2 months, which would be
I always heard 3 months.
oh,
yeah.
17%.
Always heard.
So they have, and it depends on the entity, and it depends how volatile your other revenues are too, of course. But I have seen, I'm trying to think, I had a list of,
We got,
like,
we need to play with it.
counties, different sizes are kind of all over the place. Like El Paso has a 15% policy. There was another really small county, and I don't write the name down, but they were at 25%.
Right.
It's really all, it's, you know, it's kind of, it's,
City of Wakewood at 40.
What would 3 months
I'll find out.
be spending? In other words, if you're talking about have enough revenue to make it, if you receive no more money coming in, you could pay all your bills for 3 months.
just, so 25% would, one second.
It really kind of boils down to what bond rating we want.
That's right.
And that's also something
so,
to think about.
I mean, that's, just, this is just my opinion. I mean, all of our buildings, all of our, vehicles, everything's insured. If a tornado came and hit this building and across the street, completely wiped it off, we would have to pay our deductible, and that's it. So, I mean, we have a lot of contingency plans, and then we just came through probably one of the, I mean, who ever thought that, you know, everything would be shut down for 90 days, and our, you know, we ended up with way more revenue than.
Crippled for a year.
Yeah.
Still.
And then, like, so, I mean, it, even though the courthouse was open, there wasn't anything going on here, but at some point, it's gonna ramp back up. I mean, you could cut that rate to, you could cut another penny and a half off that rate and still be at 30%, 33%. And I think, you know,
Well, then if you look at, I know you're figuring that, but if you look at our trends, we do this every year. And I appreciate the fact that we do this because we're not swinging, taking a large
System.
swing either way.
Yeah.
We're incrementally, but we keep chasing it and we still can't quite catch it, even though we make that small move to get there. And, you know.
even in the years where we were busiest, so let's, 2019, I think you can throw 2020 out the window. I mean, in 2019, where did we end up? I mean, we're still $2 or $3 million under budget in 2019.
Yes. So our average of coming under budget each year, I pulled some years, and Haley had put together something as
Thinking
well.
way ahead of us, aren't you, Francis?
She already has it.
She's heard me ask the question so many times.
Carnat.
I can anticipate it all.
What's my next question?
Right here.
Well, here's the answer. I'm not sure how you're gonna ask it, but.
But then you
I'd
do
say
have the
4 to 5 million is been
Average.
average.
Coming under?
throwing out these last couple.
Now,
of
here's
years
the next
under
question.
budget.
How much under have we budgeted on our revenues? What have our revenues come in
So our revenues were usually about 2 to 3 million.
above?
We come in above.
We're
and so
conservative on our estimates.
We are, and, you know,
Nothing wrong
sales
with that.
tax has been something that has
So volatile.
consistently, and we'll move it up, but of course, we don't want to rely on it too much, you know, we don't want to move it up too artificially. So, 2 to 3 million is usually what we've come above. So when you add that with the under budget, you know,
6 million a year.
you're always gonna, you know, we shoot for that 33%, but we're pretty safe in that, you know, we will come above that each year, so. And then, of course, then y'all are using that to fund next year's budget, so.
For instance, just to, and for Jim's purpose here,
Uh-huh.
when we finished last year, we were at 33%.
Yes, we did the same calculation. And you know, when
But we weren't.
when we look at that, we're always estimating that beginning fund balance.
Yeah.
So because this year's not complete, that's where there's a little bit of unknown, but we project every line by line, to get to that number. And so last year, the number we projected was lower than it came out to be, just because we did not think things were gonna continue to track along the rest of the summer, as they did, so.
But it's the desire of this court that we maintain a 33% fund balance, is what y'all are saying.
Yes.
And that helps your bond rating and everything else. There's a
I think,
plus.
from a historical perspective, you can't forget where we came from. In 2009, 10, and 11, things didn't go well in the budgeting process. In 2000 and, when we budgeted for 2012, there was a $9 million negative, declining budget, our budget loss. And we decided then, once we got out of this mess, we didn't want this to ever happen again. And the best way to ensure that it does not happen again is put enough money back and have a policy, you know, and buy into the policy. And we worked hard and we edged it up. We didn't do it overnight. It took several years to get there, to come up with 33%. And so we've achieved that. And Commissioner Jones makes a good point about, you know, insurance and all those things. Although I think if you lost this courthouse, you could not replace it with the insurance money that was there. And you'd want something significant that would be here for 100 or 200 years. So, but most other risks are pretty well taken care of.
Mitigated our risk.
But there's just a certain amount of comfort. And I've never had a taxpayer tell me that y'all have too much in reserve. If they were running their household, they would know that a good, safe household has a reserve.
Sure.
And so, at least to this point, and I'd hope we at least for a little while, stay with this 33%, be my opinion.
I think it's been I don't think we could have asked for anything more, and I don't think we can do a whole lot better job of budgeting than we've been in the last few years.
Right, everybody's done a good job.
And it's allowing us to have some decisions this year that are easy, that aren't hard decisions to make. We're not sitting there looking down an increase of any kind. We're probably gonna be looking again at how much can we decrease?
Yeah, that'd be our hope.
And I know of some expenses in here that we're not, that are
Crazy.
that are no-goes easy right now. I mean, and not necessarily that we don't do it, it's it's whether or not we decide to pay for it out of the general fund or not.
Yeah.
Another question. Have we identified yet, and it may be a little early, but have we identified requests that are in the budget that we can pay for with the ARA monies?
We haven't identified all of them, but we have, it seems to be some that possibly could be, when we talk about expanding our footprint, within our footprint, you know what I mean? Like the jail and all, it appears that some of those expenses could be covered under that. But we're gonna have to get somebody to really help us on that, and
you know,
we've talked about it.
And you know, there's one section of what expenses would be eligible, and that's their calculation of how you calculate the drop in revenue for the next few years. And so we'll have some information to y'all on that soon. But
What happens when your revenues go up?
Yeah.
well, they just and so And what,
Well, there was a big revenue that did go down, and that's the hotel motel
Yeah,
tax.
and
Yes,
it's something to look
yes.
at.
So the question I asked was, can you replace that? They said, no, you can't replace it, but you can do whatever projects you were going to do with that money.
You can replace it, but you can't pay debt with it. That's the difference. You have to have a project, like you're saying.
So I guess, yes, like because it was being used to pay down the debt, and it's big in everything you read, can't pay down debt with this money. So when,
But it
when
can
you
You can do the
operate,
project.
or pay operating expense,
yes, operating, just not the debt service.
which pushes up money available.
And I'll be interested to see how that revenue calculation falls out, because it's
And
based.
aren't we about back to pre-COVID levels on that hotel motel tax?
Yes, yes.
April was.
Are we gonna have a workshop on that possible revenue stream?
That's a great.
Use the ARE?
That's a good
Yes,
idea.
so Dustin and I had talked, I think we planned on doing something maybe on the 16th. What is
We've got one
today?
planned.
Okay.
The answer is
Is that a
yes.
normal
Okay.
I
agenda?
think,
Okay.
I mean, I would rather do that earlier. The
I have
sixth.
a question, Francis.
I don't know, what
You
month are we?
You mentioned everything that's in there, but then you mentioned some things that are not included in that, such as the COLA, such as TCDRS.
Yes, so those are kind of things on top that you as a court would make a decision on.
You mean
Um,
increase it, nothing, there's no TCDRS in there at all?
Oh, okay. So if you kept your plan the same, so anytime you adjust a matching rate or,
Okay, so if we
the-
kept it the same, it is in there?
yes, yes,
Okay.
you're covered there. But, it's the time of the year when you look at those things.
And
Ralph
I
Willis
gotta-
will be here tomorrow to go through some of that too and explain it from his side of things.
Okay, then I got another question, because I know, especially with the new county court of law coming online. So, and I'm not sure the discussion on what the bond is gonna cover, our discussion on how we're gonna do, what the courts look like as far as facilities moving forward. I'm not sure how that conversation is gonna take shape. So there are some contingencies out there that we
Definitely.
probably need to
Yes,
still understand.
absolutely.
You'll see as you go through, like Haley's added in kind of a blanket department for County Court at Law 3, for us to come in there and have the discussion and add in those things. So yes, those are things kind of on top too. But, I think we're far enough ahead that they shouldn't be detrimental to get to your fund balance goal still. We'll cover all those. And
When
that's
we
kind of
talk
a
about
lot.
the American Rescue Act, American Rescue Plan Act, there's gonna be a lot that we still haven't figured out. And, in the COVID money and all, we use BKD. There's different things this is a much broader thing. And so, looking at getting some help on that, might be critical to be sure we do it the right way and that we don't have to pay it back because we did it the wrong way.
Are there consultants out there who
Yeah.
specialize in that we could hire?
Yes, sir.
We did in the
We
first,
did.
we've already done that.
Or done that.
Now, we haven't,
We did on BKD, we did do
Yeah.
it on the COVID money, yeah.
Because if you go to something where you have a program where people need to apply to your program or,
Right.
that's just something we just don't have the capacity to.
Is the ARPA money, it's not put into the budget though, that's a separate pot of money over here that people
Yes.
apply for,
So-
and it's approved, and it goes out to them, that's not part of the budget process.
Correct. So any grant money that we sit on it won't be presented at all during our
Okay.
budget workshop.
That's
So
what
we
I thought.
keep all those in separate funds.
Yeah,
and then-
half of that money has been deposited in our.
Right, yeah, there's 25 million sitting out there, or 24 something,
Yeah.
24
but I didn't know, but we haven't, nothing's come to us as far as approving any of it, so.
There's just, like the judge said, there's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah.
I think everyone's in the same boat we are.
Well,
Everyone's just kind of sitting tight to see what.
I think the biggest
how they
fear is
expand it.
doling it out and then them telling you, no, you can't do that, give it back.
Yes,
No, I understand that.
definitely.
Okay.
Right. So, like I said, I know that was kind of some big big things to digest today. But I just wanted to kind of see at a glance where we're at, and then we'll get into all the details of all these amounts, and you can make your decisions and let us know what direction you want to go. And y'all tell me too, if somebody's, time-wise, if I need to stop or pause, or y'all let me know. Let's see. What else do we want to?
Did you have something, Jim?
And so this list that you gave us here
Yes, sir.
is all the budget request
So
for
yes,
next fiscal year and the dollar increase or decrease and the percent change.
yes,
And
sir.
it's color coded.
Sir?
And it's color coded.
Yes, it is.
So what is the
What
pink?
does that
and-
color mean?
Yeah.
So the red is just if it is an increase, green if it's a decrease.
Oh, wow. Look at
And
those
then
greens.
some of the
I'm in green.
and some of the increases are not, some of the departments are very, very small. So you can increase a very small amount based on some contract or something, and it appears red. So we just need to go through those and work through them and get your guidance on how you want to proceed there. But once we start going through them, you'll see that there's not a whole lot to.
Okay.
I say that there's, but it should go pretty quickly.
Well, obviously, the ones we want to put the most time in are the ones that have the reddish shade. The greens, we still want to take a quick snapshot look at it, just to be
Yes.
sure it's not something.
And I want to point out two big increases that you'll look at and be like, oh my. But one is the Jack Harwell Detention Center.
Which one?
It's Jack Harwell Detention Center. It is Department 2415. So you'll see that the increase,
15,
I'm sorry, 2411. I gave you the wrong number.
okay. 32.
2411. And so there is over $3 million increase there. That is because earlier this year, you approved adding a number of positions
First time.
to accommodate housing more federal prisoners. So the way the budget was sitting, we didn't have to really increase the budget. I mean, the budget wasn't increased to begin with. It came mid-year. But we haven't had to do a lot of adjustments to the budget just because there's been vacancies and it took time to ramp up to fill those positions. So that's what the difference is from year to year. We have those positions, we have to budget for them. So that's what that large number is there. There are also other increases there too, but
there's-
that makes up a lot of it.
There should be revenue coming in from housing those federal prisoners to offset some of it, right?
Correct. And so that's where, if you look at the revenue for that line, it has increased as well. So that attributes to that. The other thing is capital outlay. There is a number in there, an estimate that was given to us by the elections department for the cost of voting equipment. So
Yeah.
we just stuck it in there
Where's
just to
that?
discuss it. And
Where's that?
so that, I'm sorry, it's Department 7920. It's the next to last line from the bottom.
There we go. Whoa,
So we, in our discussions,
number one.
you, Scott, we decided that that's either a bond or a finance
Yeah. we'll make
project,
it-
right?
Yeah.
So can we go ahead and pull that out of
If that's what, yes.
of that,
Yes.
of that line?
We just wanted to stick it in there just to, get it out there, and then, but yes, if y'all would rather
One of those,
put it on the
right.
bond, then
It's
that's-
either a what now, Will?
We're either gonna put this on the next bond or finance them through the vendor.
Through the vendor, like
Uh-huh,
a
yeah.
5-year payout or something like that you're talking about, or a
I'm sure that
3-year?
it's,
or
I don't know, I haven't really talked to them.
The machines we have now are approaching 20 years old, so we know they'll last that long. So we could put them on 20-year. I think the useful life would be there, but we might want to do it quicker.
15.
And you gotta
Now,
find a
the
place to
bonds
put
that
them.
we're selling will be 20-year bonds, right, or 15? Which one did he mark?
I want to
different.
say,
15.
Were they 15?
I think
I don't have my
that's right.
stuff in front of me.
You think it's 15?
It's different than what we have done in the past.
Okay.
While we're talking about bonds,
Pardon me?
while we're talking about bonds quickly, and this was someone's gonna ask later, but just, one of the new laws that passed that's already in effect right now is, are you able to use bonds to repair or maintain courthouses, your county seat, county courthouse? Right now, what are we using to renovations, ADA. and-
ADA and all, a lot of that was, didn't we advance on the bonds on some of that?
For
bigger money?
ADA work?
Yeah.
Yes, we have used bond funds
Okay,
for the
'cause-
majority of the the
Well,
recent
then
ADA
what
work.
is the new law then that's gone into effect that's just passed that deals with the ability to use bond funds to pay for court repair?
I don't
Justin,
think
do
it-
you know what it is?
I don't think it passed.
They said it did, I thought.
It was the change on how like certificates of obligation and debt were worded. So I think that's what Commissioner Smith's referring to, and I need to look to see if it
It
was.
doesn't go against your, your rate,
1869.
the no new, or the, rate cap.
Yeah,
It
Yes.
doesn't count towards your
Yes.
cap.
Doesn't count towards
It's
the
the House, it's House Bill 1869, but I haven't seen, like you said, I haven't seen any movement on it for a while.
Well, they were saying it was one of those that actually is in effect now and not September 1, that it was actually passed so that it would go into effect immediately.
Yeah, because budgets are being done right now.
Yeah.
I do
And I
remember
assume it was done primarily because of the courthouse that burned, probably in the state, that when it went to the ground, that the guy burned down.
I don't think I think you could always use bonds for that if you chose to. I think what it is that the expense of that did not count against you on your,
That's what I was wondering, what the difference was.
on your cap.
Okay.
And to kind of circle back on the rate, I mean, on the terms of the bonds, it is 20-year.
Okay.
You know, Dustin looked it up.
And 1869 was signed by the governor, and it's effective 9/1, is what it appears.
Okay. Okay.
So, and, just as we're just sitting here, Haley went ahead and pulled out, that number for the voting equipment, just out of general fund, so you could.
How much was that we pulled out?
3.5 million,
Okay.
3.5 million.
It's quite a difference from when they first started talking 10 million.
I know.
Yeah.
So where's,
But it's always, something, I mean, it seems like it could be accommodated here if y'all decide to go that way too, so.
Yeah.
that changes in your total increase, your last, what was 7.9 is now less.
Okay.
So that's out. I can scratch through that, I guess.
Yes. And then Commissioner will, it's just a big working document and we'll continue to pull stuff out and put it back and change things. And so, we'll always have the most up-to-date document on the workshop drive. But you let us know what the best way is. If you prefer to have it printed every day, we'll do that too. Just whatever works best for you. Okay. Our next tasks are to dig into the departments, to go through those requests. So my plan was tomorrow Ralph will be here at 1:30. So he's gonna do a presentation on our plan and the future of our plan and things to think about. So I think after he speaks, we can get started on general fund detail. Come on Thursday, we're posted for 9 o'clock. So the sheriff's office is gonna be here to walk through all of their requests. IT will be here to talk through their requests. Those are just two of our bigger departments with bigger requests, so we had those coming in. And then we'll continue to talk through all of the requests, just try to sort through those and get your opinion. I don't know if y'all will want to meet Friday or not. I know there's some meetings in the afternoon, but y'all can just let us know later in the week.
Let's see, do we have, when were we gonna meet with, yeah, Treasurer?
Friday afternoon,
Okay.
So we're meeting tomorrow afternoon, but not tomorrow morning.
not tomorrow morning, never
got
on a Wednesday morning.
Probate court.
Okay, tomorrow
So
afternoon.
tomorrow
What time?
afternoon.
1 o'clock?
1:30.
1:30, okay.
Unless y'all want to meet at 1, Ralph will be here at 1:30. So-
1:30 is fine.
Okay, so do that, start on general fund detail, continue over into Thursday. Next week, I know is a regular agenda Tuesday, so I know that will take a good portion of the day. But after, we'll have TJ come in after the regular agenda, and we're gonna talk through permanent improvement projects, and some things with his budget. And then also, I know there needs to be some discussion on maybe some bridges that we may need to look at
Yes.
budgeting costs for. So we've asked Zane to join us that day as well. to talk through some of those big projects. And then on Wednesday, we can continue in the afternoon and talk through, again, continue the capital projects discussion and then move into capital outlay. So vehicles, equipment, those things. And then on Thursday of next week, Anna will be with us. And so we're gonna go through all the requests, her recommendations, COLA, all of her topics that she would like to discuss.
Okay,
So
will, Anna won't be here tomorrow afternoon to hear his presentation then?
I'll touch base with her.
I was just curious because
Yes.
she, I guess this came from Anna, did this compensation analysis, this benefits and insurance comparison, I thought was very enlightening on where we are versus the private employer annual per employee cost and our annual per employee cost versus state. Those three comparisons I thought were very good.
I will definitely let her know about tomorrow too. But then, so then our plan is by the end of next week, to have request all to you, get some opinions, give us some feedback on any other further information y'all need. And then, of course, that week of the 12th, we won't be meeting that week. And then we'll come back that week of the Tuesday, the 20th, that's a regular agenda. And then we'll just come back and just start cleaning up, answering questions, just try to knock stuff out. And that way we'll be ready to propose on Tuesday, the next Tuesday, the 27th. So that is our plan.
My plan, I'm sticking to it.
One more thing, I'm kind of all over the place today with different hot topics, but, so like I said, talking about TCDRS tomorrow and listening to Ralph's presentation, I wanted to let you know that, they give us a percentage to send, they give us a percentage to send to TCDRS based on our payroll that we pay. So currently, our rate is 13.48%. So that, they calculate that each year, and that's what's funding the program currently. We have some debt that's being paid off through that, and so that rate slowly will drop. And the rate for next year, if you make no changes, is 13.19%. So it's about 0.29%. Drop, and that's all reflected here. That's why some of the departments, you see a slight decrease.
So if we wanted to pay, what kind of savings can we get for every $1 million we pay down that debt?
I can calculate it for you, but I'll bring it back to you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
It was a
fine.
couple of years ago, I'm gonna say it was right at a couple $100,000, wasn't it?
That
was,
sounds reasonable, yes.
Yeah, it was,
And were you gonna go ahead on the cost of living to plug in a number?
77,000.
We
Judge
can.
said something about it, I didn't know. Are y'all gonna plug that in like a 1.75 or 2 or whatever you said?
If they need, if we want to kind of get a snapshot and we hadn't made a decision on COLA yet, just put 2 in there and we'll, and just asterisk that the final decision's not made. That's a recommendation. One other thing to think about, as we're going forward, because, we've got short-term plans and long-term plans on capital improvements and all these things. We're gonna have courtrooms, I'll wait.
Short-term.
I wanted y'all to hear this. Just a thought, because, we're gonna sell $15 million in bonds this year to accommodate numerous things, and we made the language, as broad as we can possibly make it, because you're in the decision process, and you don't know exactly where you're gonna lie, but this is a good time to be thinking about also, the next year, because these courtrooms, you can't build them overnight, and they're gonna cost more than what we originally thought as well. Do we want to, if we're gonna end up with a no new rate, but within that no new rate, that we shift a little bit out of the M&O rate down to the INS rate to give us a little bit more long-term debt service. And that way, we ensure that we don't have a need to use up our cash, that we're matching up long-term needs with ability to service that debt.
So you can't inflate that debt, that INS rate
Okay.
past what your debt service is.
What you've already been obligated for.
But what you could do is that the portion that's in M&O, you know, we've been using bond funds to fund a lot of our larger projects recently. We have a small amount of the M&O rate is going to the permanent improvement fund. And so that's where we've been doing some of our smaller projects.
I think that's where you probably would want to move
Yes.
move
So we
back
could-
into that permanent improvement fund.
Okay.
So right now,
cent or two,
yeah,
something.
$500,000. So when you look at that levy on that first sheet,
Cent
you'll
or
notice
half-
that
half
that
a
number
cent.
there is about $500,000 less. So because about $500,000 of the M&O rate
Where
is
is that-
going to
what-
permanent improvement.
So that's then transfers to other funds or something like that?
Well, we just, the tax revenue just goes straight into that fund.
But
So,
that, okay, go ahead.
go back to that first sheet. I'm sorry, I think I'm being confusing.
No, but that M&O that's generated, that $500,000?
Yes, so see there, like, if you look at the no new revenue rate column. So the M&O rate there is 0.423185. What we've been doing for a while is having a portion of that rate that's equal to about $500,000 go to Fund 401. And so, and then the rest go to general fund. So we can
Build it.
balance that to send more. It's still the M&O rate. That's the way it appears on tax statements. It doesn't change anything that appears that way. It's just how we allocate it between the funds. So we could put more into permanent improvement.
Okay, but that money
Oh, okay.
that we're generating there is a dollar for dollar. In other words, if we're generating $500,000, we're putting $500,000 in, whereas in INS, you can leverage that for more money on a bond.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You can get more
Pay it-
money
yeah,
up
you get
front
more money up front
if you went out for bonds, yes.
if you went out for bond. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
So all you're gonna get out of that M&O is what you put in there.
yes.
Yeah, you're not gonna leverage any additional funds
Yes.
over 20 years.
Yeah, the dollar going into INS is just funding just the debt service payment.
Right.
Yes. But you know, if you flipped and put more into permanent improvement rather than general fund for a while, you could have something there that in the future, big project comes
Right.
up,
The future.
we've got it there in permanent.
What is the level of it doesn't sound like there is much, but, and I know Dustin asked the question on the NACO webinar about, so we're gonna build out this court space so that it's, there's more,
Social distancing.
there's more room for that. I don't like to use that word.
Okay.
For more space. So that would be a mitigation effort. Is that correct?
You mean like for
And that-
ARPA
and that
money?
what- Dustin, isn't that what we kind of heard that day on that?
Yes, sir. And they submitted us a preliminary response where it was very broad, but it was like, yes, that those things would fit. So we think, if you do enough over there in terms of the air handlers, spacing, having chairs that can be spaced out rather than bench type seating and be able to take those mitigation, that we think we can have enough things that add up to make a good case. But we submitted it to one of the directors at NACO and still waiting for that final response. But preliminarily, they said yes, that they think that would be a qualifying expense.
Right, and as we mentioned, there's a good possibility that in some of this, we'll use professional service entities such as architects and engineers, and in our scope of work, we should request that they research
Yes.
American Rescue Plan and put in their recommendation, and we've got that for Francis to have to shore up. Even that's just more backing to what our position might be to lessen the risk of having to pay something back because it wasn't spent properly.
Couldn't you theoretically, as Will was alluding to, spacing in the courtroom? You can do that just by saying we're only gonna allow 6 people in here.
Well, if it's a district court.
Yeah, you gotta have
You gotta have 12.
Well, 12 jurors, but yeah.
But you still have to give them proper as well.
As far as the audience space or anything like that. you just-
Well, we have to allow the audience to have some access, so
Couldn't do video,
yes, there's,
think-
that is a possibility.
a virtual type
Yeah,
of video?
and put them in a, separate area, like bring them in here, space them out in here.
If you limit the amount of people that a defendant can bring, they can use that against you.
On an appeal?
On an appeal.
Even if it's video?
So there's a big, in the criminal defense area, that's not having your family there is.
Support group?
Support group is it's
Huh.
a big deal.
Okay.
So when we meet to talk about the American Rescue Plan Act, we may not have all the answers, but I think we'll find out by the time we get plans done that we're gonna be into the next year. And so some of this could be even in the next year's budget, before we start or affect next year's budget more than it would this year.
Is there a time frame on spending that money?
Yes, sir, there is. And
So it has to be earmarked by 24?
2024?
Dustin, what is it?
Earmarked by 2024 and I think spent by 2026.
Yeah.
Double check real quick.
And, with some of these projects, that could even be tight, just because the nature of the project.
So if somebody comes to us asking for a project to be done outside of the county, and we award them
Outside of our needs.
outside of our needs, yeah, somebody, the community.
Yeah.
Something they want to do, and we award them a portion of that ARPA funding.
Yeah.
And they get started, but they don't complete the project by the time frame. What happens to the money we've awarded them? They got to give it back to us? Or give
Yeah.
it back to somebody?
That's where we'd need some sort of like subrecipient monitoring and a whole,
And they're gonna be done by contractors, and they'll have a contract says it's gotta be done by a certain time, penalties and those things. But, there's projects out there, and, water's an issue. Water is one thing that is a qualifying area that you can work on, that some of this money would count towards. And, that could be all around, but you gotta coordinate, like you say, that it's gonna be done in a certain period of time. And then, kind of the keywords are, COVID, disease prevention, water, sewer, mental health.
Broadband infrastructure?
Yes, and things like that. There's some,
Mental health is a good one.
there's some umbrellas there that you can jump on.
Okay.
I have a question. Are the 2 new courts in here anywhere?
so, I believe we just did county court at law right now, and we have dollar placeholders in there. So we do need to, we'll come here and, if you want to mirror, of course, the salaries, set by law, for the county court at law judges. So we'll plug that in today, or, you'll made the decision today, and September 1st. He's starting September 1st, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
and
this year.
Anna has some numbers on personnel, and then, the assistant, and then the, court reporter.
Okay, so we'll touch base with her and
Yeah,
then.
she'll have that information for you.
And then we can, get some operating numbers in there, close to what the other courts are doing. On the district clerk side, we don't have that department set up here yet, because that will be October of 2022,
Two.
correct? Okay.
That's
So
correct.
that'll be in that next fiscal year, but I'm sure that we're gonna incur some cost
We will.
in 2022, ramping up to have that court open. So we can discuss what we wanna if we want to budget anything there, or we may just want to wait and look at contingencies at that point. But we will need this one for sure, so we'll fill those numbers in.
I guess it doesn't really matter. We can make a line item anytime we want to, so,
Well, mid-year, you can't create a new line item.
well, then we need to,
So we sometimes
need
can
to
just
put it in
find a
there
way
then.
for the
Yeah,
district
she's
clerk.
got it.
District clerk, the district court.
Yeah.
So we'll.
what's the number on the district court number?
474?
I think that sounds right.
But what's the
Line item.
line item?
Oh, so it would be like we could set up Department 1460 maybe is next.
So you don't have it in here.
We do not have that one yet.
It would go like, what, 1460, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We could set up something just to have a skeleton there to fill in as needed.
Excuse me.
I mean, September 1 for the county court at law number 3, aren't we kind of in a rush mode to try to figure something out for where that's going and what's going to happen, or?
He's hoping so, that we're in a rush mode.
Yeah.
Where is he
He's
gonna
never
sit?
worked for the county before, though.
He'll get used to it. Couple nervous breakdowns and all, he'll finally come around. Let's beat him into submission. Well, we do have a lot to do, and, but the main thing is start out, our job here is to get the personnel stuff in the budget, and then, Dustin and, some of the department heads are working on the idea for space, and then, that'll be in primarily more likely maintenance budgets, but, they're working on that right now. And it'll be a kind of long-term and a short-term and a long-term plan. But I think we're gonna come up with a pretty good plan everybody like. What else?
So, I mean, that's really all I had today. We can start digging into details, like I said, tomorrow, next day. But I just wanted you to see the big picture and know where we are, where we're going, and the work we have to do in between to get there, so.
Yeah. Okay.
That was a great opening session.
Thank you. Thanks for all y'all's input. If y'all have any, when we're not meeting, if y'all have any thoughts or questions or things y'all want to shoot to me, to look at, to bring information to y'all, just let Haley or me know, and we'll get what you need.
If we were gonna do the incentive pay for next year, that's not in there.
Okay, so
Is it-
yes, we do have that in there, just kind of the same as last year.
Okay.
And we'll get to that department, to countywide, we'll look at that, and I'll, just kind of poll y'all and see if that's something that y'all want to continue. I know Anna will probably speak on that as well. But a lot of things like that, we've left the same.
Okay.
One other thing is like the contracted program, so Waco Sports Commission, Cultural Arts,
The Cove.
ABC, the Cove, those are kind of all in there how they are now.
Okay.
And then we're hoping on the 20th that we're gonna have kind of all, as much as we can, have those groups grouped together that day to come and present to you, so that you can see all those as close to.
That's under
together as
contracted
possible.
services?
Yes, sir.
Who's the new guy over the Sports Commission? I saw was the older guy.
Mike,
This guy.
Michael Vogelaar is the new head.
Say his last name?
Vogelaar.
Oh, Vogelaar, okay.
Vogelaar.
Okay.
he's a little bit taller than Commissioner Smith and myself,
Just put together on
Okay.
each other's shoulders. That's
head to toe, yeah.
right.
Okay.
I guarantee.
I saw where that first gentleman, stepped down.
Well, he
Yeah.
went into real estate
Something-
business.
Hmm?
He went into the real estate business, real estate sales.
taking advantage of this hot market and making him some money.
Yeah,
He was good. He was
Yeah.
good. But I'm sure this other gentleman's gonna be good
yeah,
too.
I think you gotta be good.
Okay.
Also, we'll be bringing in, some, entities to talk about, consultants and what they can do for us and, in regards to this primarily American Rescue Act plan, but,
Definitely.
But you talk.
Dustin, anything else?
No, sir, I can't think of anything else.
Okay, well, then we will recess until 1:30 tomorrow unless anyone has anything. All right, it is 2:45.